Okay, we're rolling. Thank you.
Okay, great. So I'm calling to order the regular Emeryville Planning Commission meeting of April 22nd, 2021. The time is 6:34. So I'm going to read my COVID script. I'd like to state for the record that this meeting is being conducted by teleconference pursuant to the Brown Act, waivers provided under the governor's executive order in response to the COVID-19 state of emergency. During the public health emergency, City Hall is closed to the public. The agenda states that the public may view the meeting that is being live streamed online on ETV channel 27 and provide comment by submitting an online comment form, which will then be read into the record by staff. The comment form can be accessed by going to our main City of Emeryville website at www.emeryville.org and then navigating to the Planning Commission page. Once there, you will see the link entitled Submit an Online Speaker Card. The public also has the option of participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom and may provide public comment during the meeting using the Raise Your Hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. The Zoom call-in information was provided on the posted agenda, and there's a link on the Planning Commission agenda page as well. Charlie, could you do a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Chafe.
Here.
Commissioner Keller.
Here.
Commissioner Mendez.
Here.
Commissioner Simons.
Here.
I believe that Commissioner Zepko will be joining us shortly. Vice Chair Young.
Here.
Chair Thompson.
Here.
So we currently have a quorum of 6 commissioners present.
Okay, that's great that you've heard from the other commissioner. Okay, so this is the part B of the COVID script. Now is the time for public comment portion of this meeting. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to items not on the agenda, so again, this is things that are not on the agenda, should have begun submitting your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via
Yeah, we're doing
use the raise your
the
hand
lower
function,
third what?
The lower
visible
third
on your
that
screen,
says
and if you're calling in,
where
press
they're at.
*9, and the clerk will call on you.
Should I
at
move
the
it up like
appropriate
this?
time. So Charlie, have there been any comments received
How far up do
by
I
the
need to
online
go?
comment card?
The lower third.
We have one online comment card, but it is for item 8.2,
Okay, so I'm gonna move
not
this up
for
here.
general comment.
I mean, if you want to put
I
it in
don't
front
have
of their
any
faces.
other
I
online
have no
speaker
choice. We
cards,
gotta
and I
try
do
to do
not
it.
see any raised hands among the attendees.
Okay, so yeah, so this is the time for the general comments, not for anything on the agenda. So if there are no general comments,
It doesn't appear that there are.
okay, that was a dramatic pause. Hearing no additional requests to make comments, the public comment portion of this meeting is now closed. You will have an opportunity to address and speak on the matters that are listed on the agenda when those respective items come up. Okay.
Oh, actually, excuse me, Chair Thompson,
Sure.
I think we skipped over item 3. The commission matters.
Yes, we did. Let's go back to item 3.
Would you like me to take this one?
Sure.
All right. As the commission may know, the roster for the Parks and Recreation Committee calls for a Planning Commission representative to that committee. Previously, it was Gail Donaldson, and then when she decided not to seek reappointment, the commission appointed Miguel Guerrero as your representative. He, as you know, has now left the commission, so a representative to that committee is needed. I would note that Commissioner Chafe is a member of the Parks and Recreation Committee, and previously there was some discussion about whether to make her the official representative from the commission or to have a separate representative. And last year it was decided to make Commissioner Guerrero the official representative, with Commissioner Chafe also being a member of the committee. So at this point, as I said, Commissioner Guerrero has left the commission, so his official position as representative of the Planning Commission to the Parks and Recreation Committee is open. So I have been requested to ask for a nomination for a commissioner to be your representative on the Parks and Recreation Committee.
And I guess that I wanted to just ask Commissioner Chafe, if you were nominated, would you be the official representation?
Yeah, so I could do that. We had a bit of a discussion about this before. It would mean transferring my type of appointment on the committee, and then there would be a vacancy for a resident, I believe, that would open up on the committee itself.
That's right.
So I
Is there
think the
interest?
question, yeah, exactly. I think the question
Yeah.
is whether there's interest from anyone else in serving
Yeah.
on the committee.
Well, if there's no other interest, I would nominate Commissioner Chafe to be our representative.
I would second that nomination.
Okay. Well, I guess we should take a vote on that. You ready for a vote, Commissioner Thompson?
Yes.
All right. Is that acceptable to you, Commissioner Chafe, I assume?
Yes, that's acceptable. I just want to make sure that everyone has had a chance, though, to consider. Is there anybody who would like to, sorry, Chair Thompson, I don't mean to override the process here, but is there anyone that does want to self-nominate?
Doesn't look like it. All right. On the nomination of Commissioner Chafe as the Planning Commission representative to the Parks and Recreation Committee, Commissioner Chafe,
Aye.
Commissioner Keller,
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Simons,
Aye.
Commissioner Zepko is absent, Vice Chair Young. Aye. And Chair Thompson.
Aye.
6 ayes. Congratulations on your new title, Commissioner Chafe. And you have to let Pedro Jimenez know that he now has to seek a new resident for his committee. Thank you.
Okay, great. So next on the agenda is the approval of the action minutes of March 25th, 2021. Are there any comments on the action minutes? Would someone like to move to approve?
I would make a move to approve it if there's anybody else.
I can second that.
All right. On that motion, Commissioner Chafe,
Aye.
Commissioner Keller,
Aye.
Commissioner Mendez,
Aye.
Commissioner Simons,
Aye.
Commissioner Zepko is absent, Vice Chair Young,
Aye.
Chair Thompson.
Aye.
6 ayes. The action minutes are approved.
Great. So next on the agenda is the Community Development Director's report. Charlie, do you have a report for us?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So first, with regard to recent City Council actions, the City Council has met 2 times since your last meeting, and those council meetings were on April 6th and April 20th. At the April 6th meeting, the council passed the second reading of an ordinance that had been introduced on March 16th to modify the provisions for renewal of operating permits for cannabis businesses, and that ordinance will take effect on May 6th. The council also had a discussion about crematoriums and decided to initiate a planning regulation amendment to prohibit crematoriums throughout the city. Currently, they are permitted with a conditional use permit in the light industrial, that's the INL, and the heavy industrial, INH, zoning districts. This item is scheduled for a planning commission public hearing at your next meeting on May 27th. And on April 20th, the council held a study session on a so-called right to return to work ordinance that would require hotels and card rooms to rehire workers laid off because of the pandemic in seniority order. The council gave direction to staff to prepare such an ordinance for consideration at a future meeting. The council also approved the annual increase in the development impact fees based on the increase in the construction cost index for San Francisco as published by Engineering News Record. This year's increase is 2.55%. The council held a discussion on a proposed application for an affordable housing and sustainable communities grant for the 3600 San Pablo Avenue Affordable Housing Project. The proposed grant would, in addition to funding the affordable housing project, it would also help to fund the pedestrian, bicycle, and transit improvements along 40th Street. The council voted to support the application, which will be presented to them for official approval on May 18th. Finally, concerning council actions, the council approved, well, let me back up and say, if you haven't heard, our city attorney is leaving us. He has accepted a position as city attorney of the city of Burlingame, Michael Gina, and his last day will be tomorrow. So we will miss him greatly. So the council approved an employment agreement with Andrea Visheshwara as the interim city attorney for the period of April 24th through October 30th. And with that, I will pass the baton to Andrea, who has a related announcement to make.
Thank you, Charlie. So during the period when I'm serving as the interim, Christy Crowell, who is here on the screen with us, will be advising the Planning Commission at the meetings. Christy Crowell is a partner at Jarvis, Fay and Gibson. And I believe some of the commissioners who have been on the commission for a while may have actually met Christy in person. She's provided legal support with some major projects such as Marketplace and Ani. So she's familiar with Emeryville and with all of our development activity. So she will be a face that you will be seeing in the next few months. So thank you. And I'll give it back to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Andrea. I do have one kind of other staffing announcement that I want to make at this point. As the commission may recall, Associate Planner Diana Kina retired in December, and Navarre Oaks was then promoted from Assistant Planner to Associate Planner to fill Diana's position. That left a vacancy for an Assistant Planner, and we've been recruiting for a new Assistant Planner for the last several months. I am pleased to announce that our new Assistant Planner is Annalisa Garcia. Annalisa is currently a planning technician for the city of Berkeley, and she will be starting in Emeryville on Monday, May 3rd. Annalisa will be assigned some planning commission cases, so you will be seeing her at future commission meetings. And that concludes our report, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you, Charlie. Are there any commissioner questions? I have one quick question about the affordable housing grant. Who is the grant to? Who has the funds?
I'm not sure exactly how that works. I believe the applicant is going to be RCD, Resources for Community Development. And this is a program that's funded by the cap and trade revenues. And so it's a two-part grant. Part of it has to be for affordable housing and part of it has to be for transportation improvements. So basically RCD will be getting the funds to help build their 3600 San Pablo Avenue project, and the city will be getting a portion of the funds to build the 40th Street improvements. But I believe it will all be funneled through RCD because they are going to serve as the applicant for this grant.
Okay, and I was asking specifically because I was just curious about other affordable housing projects and whether those sorts of applications or funds would be available to them, or whether this is sort of a one-time thing.
Well, the same funding source was used to fund the Estrella Vista project also. Okay. So it could be potentially a project in the future, although it's very detailed and technical and time-consuming and competitive.
Okay, great, thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will move on to the next part of the agenda. This is where we disclose ex parte communications and we identify any conflicts of interest for items on the agenda. Have there been any ex parte communications? I'll do that first. Okay, conflicts of interest? Commissioner Mendez?
I do. For item 8.1, I'm going to have to recuse myself. Wareham Development are a source of income for my employer, so I will be recusing myself from that item when it comes up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schaaf?
I'll be recusing myself from items 8.1 and 8.2 because I own real property within 1,000 feet of those developments.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any other known conflicts? Okay, and then we will just repeat that in advance of the agenda item. So that moves us on to the study sessions. And we will start with 8.1, and Commissioner Mendez, you've already stated that conflict. I guess actually Commissioner Chafe as well. Yes. So we have two commissioners leaving at that point. So officially, can you restate since we are on 8.1?
Yes. So I will be recusing myself from item 8.1. Wareham Development is a source of income to my employer.
Commissioner Chafe?
I'll be recusing myself from 8.1 involving Emery Station Overland. I own real property located at APN 49-1471-26, which is located within 1,000 feet of the project site. The property is my primary residence.
Chair Thompson, just a technicality.
Sure.
I believe that Commissioner Chafe indicated she'd also be recused on item 8.2. And so I'm assuming she won't be returning to the meeting before that is called. So you might want to just have her announce that conflict now also.
Okay, so yeah, the official restating of the conflict on 8.2. Can you do that as well?
Yes, I need to recuse myself from item 8.2 on 65th Street multi-unit residential. I own real property located at APN 49-1471-26, which is within 1,000 feet of the project site. And the property is my primary residence.
Okay, and before any commissioners leave, I think the intention is to bring Commissioner Mendez back for 8.2 and then Commissioner Chafe back for 8.3.
Yes, and I will be texting Commissioner Mendez when we're finished with item 8.1, and I will text Commissioner Chafe when we're finished with item 8.2.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so item 8.1, Emery Station Overland project. This is a study session. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes. To do a quick text check, can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, on both.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
All good.
So this is a study session, the first study session for a new Wareham development. The project area is one block that is located in the North Hollis area of our town, bounded by 62nd, 63rd, Hollis, and Overland. There are existing buildings on the site. They total about 160,000 square feet. The main building that fronts Hollis Street, and that includes the Ruby's Cafe and live work units on the top. This building will remain, whereas the remaining buildings, they are all one-story warehouse buildings, will be demolished. As part of this project, as I mentioned, that the existing building fronting Hollis Street will be maintained. The property will be subdivided into two parcels such that the existing building will be on its own parcel. So this new parcel in red will be created, and that's about a 60,000 square feet parcel, and the remainder will accommodate the new development. So in terms of the project description, on the remaining parcel, they will demolish all the buildings. The parcel is about 113,000 square feet. And the proposal is for a new 300,000 square feet of biotech or lab building. It is 5 stories and 80 feet tall. In addition, there will be a new 55 feet tall parking garage, which will accommodate 450 parking spaces in 6 levels of parking plus 1 level of underground parking. So this is the site plan. At the bottom, we have 62nd Street, and that is the street on which this project is fronted. This is the R&D building, and the frontage is, the main entry is off 62nd Street. There's a courtyard, and the building entry starts here. This is the existing building. The garage building will be fronting 63rd Street, and here's the in and out for the garage. On this site, they will also be loading in the new R&D building, as well as trash areas and other back of the house functions. The applicant is also showing 2 new loading zones on the street here. In addition, there are some bicycle parking provided on outside around here and here, as well as inside the garage. And these are short-term parking spaces. There is a bike storage within the R&D building, which will provide long-term bicycle spaces. In addition, what you see in green is the pedestrian route. This is an alley, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. It's called Art Walk, where pedestrians will be able to enter through the site in both directions. This shows the section of both the buildings looking north. And this is a section looking east. And you can see that there's a subterranean ground of parking. In addition, a thing to note is that, as I mentioned, the building itself is 80 feet, but there will be 15 feet high area screening of mechanical equipment. So just to keep a note of that, regulations do allow such intrusions into the height. They can go as high as 25 feet. What they're proposing is 15 feet. So this is the main shot of the R&D building fronting 62nd Street. This is sort of the money shot. And this is the rendering of the public garage, or not the public garage, the garage that will be supporting the R&D building. I will not be walking through the elevations of the two buildings as well as renderings from other points of view, mainly because I understand that the applicant has updated their plans and will be showing you new, more refined renderings as well as elevations. As part of this project, there will be some street tree removal, 12 street trees, 7 along 62nd Street, 3 along Overland, and 2 on 63rd Street. An arborist report will be required, which will outline the type of trees these are, the size of the trees, the health of the trees, as well as the valuation or the replacement valuation of the trees. This is the preliminary landscape plan. The key to note is that as part of this plan, they will be providing 24 new street trees on the 3 street frontages, in addition to the courtyard landscaping and other minor landscaping along the art walk. So this is, again, the art walk that they are proposing, which would be open to the general public. These are the streetscape dimensions on 62nd Street. They do maintain the minimum side widths outlined in our design guidelines. 8+4 is actually more, as there's a 4 feet of planting as well. So that gives you a sidewalk width of 16 feet. Similarly, on 63rd Street, they meet our sidewalk widths. It's on the Overland streetscape that they don't meet sidewalk widths. It's a 7.5 feet of pedestrian thoroughfare, and the planting there is planting towards 62nd Street, but as it's at an angle, it gets reduced to 0 at the end of 62nd and Overland. So this streetscape will need to be revised to meet our design guidelines. In terms of conformity with our planning regulations, this falls in the office technology base zone, and there's a major transit hub overlay zone. Zoning districts is, again, office technology as well as transit hub overlay zone. The building that is being proposed, it falls under research and development use category, and that is allowed by right in the OT zone. In terms of FAR, the base FAR is 2.0 and the bonus FAR here is 4.0. What they're proposing is 2.6, and so the project will require 30 bonus points for FAR. The thing to note here is that the parcel is split into 2 FAR categories as well as 2 height categories. The fact that the eastern portion of the site is in a lower FA category is not relevant, because on this portion is situated the garage building, which is not included in the FAR calculation. So to that extent, the lower FAR category is not applicable or relevant here. However, the height category is relevant. The eastern portion, the base height is 30 feet, which can be increased with a bonus to 55 feet, whereas remainder, the base height is 50 feet, which can be increased to 100 feet. And what is being proposed is that the parking garage reaches a 55 feet, which is a bonus category and would need 100 bonus points. Whereas the R&D building, which stands at 80 feet, will also need bonus points, but lesser because it's in a higher height category. So overall, the project will need 100 bonus points, as the parking garage requires or needs 100 bonus points for the proposed height. So in terms of how to obtain bonus points, as the Commission knows, half the bonus points are obtained by either providing affordable housing. And in the case of non-residential projects such as this one, the way these 50 points are obtained is by paying additional affordable housing impact fee. And these fees are paid at the time of building permit issuance. So, for example, right now, the current affordable housing impact fee is for $4.71 per square feet. And so in order to obtain 50 bonus points, the applicant would need to pay $9.42 per square feet, which equates to about $2.8 million for the 300,000 square feet of R&D building. The actual fee that the city will get if this project is approved and built is whatever the affordable housing in lieu fee is at the time of the building permit issuance. In terms of parking, as I mentioned earlier, the site is in the transit hub overlay, which reduces all required parking by 50%. Typically, research and lab businesses need space for both lab as well as office on a half and half basis. And the city has used this criterion for other such projects. And very recently, the BMR project, the parking was calculated similarly. So this calculates to a zero minimum parking, and the maximum parking that will be permitted would be 319 spaces. What they're proposing is 450 spaces, which is more than the maximum parking permitted. This is allowed by our regulations, provided a use permit is issued to allow more parking than the maximum required. However, there are two findings that the Commission would need to make in order to approve the use permit for additional parking. One is that the applicant has demonstrated that additional parking is required for the anticipated demand, and that the provision of more parking will not result in overdependence on cars and will not result in adversely affecting transit, bike, or pedestrian access to the site or adjacent uses. In terms of bicycle parking, one long-term and one short-term bike parking is required for every 10 auto parking spaces, indicated as the estimated parking demand. The estimated parking demand is 580 spaces, so 58 long-term and 58 short-term bicycle spaces will need to be provided. The thing to note here is that the transit hub overlay reduction does not apply to bicycle parking, since the intent of the overlay zone is to encourage alternative transportation modes such as bicycles. So what they are proposing is 48 short-term and 48 long-term spaces. The proposal will need to be revised to include at least 58 long-term and 58 short-term. And also, all short-term bicycle spaces need to be clearly visible from the main entrance to the building. Right now, a portion of the short-term bicycle spaces are being provided inside the parking garage, so that will need to be revised. In terms of loading, the project triggers 2 medium loading spaces and 1 large loading space. They are proposing 3 medium loading space inside the building. The regulations allows the Commission to modify the number and size of loading spaces. The transportation study will be done for this project, and that study will assess the adequacy of the proposed loading. In terms of open space requirements for this project, it equates to 5% of gross floor area, which is about 15,000 square feet of open space, of which at least 3,000 square feet is proposed, which is publicly accessible open spaces. They are proposing common open space in the plaza area in fronting 62nd Street. There is a portion of art walk that is also included, as well as some stormwater treatment areas, and I will show you a graphic in shortly. Just to remind the Commission, the purpose of the open space requirements is to provide high-quality open spaces for active and passive recreation. They establish minimum standards for and type of open spaces required, the size of such spaces, and the provisions for security and privacy. So this is the graph for their open space. The light green is the requirement. The common open space is in the light green areas. And a portion of this plaza is designated as publicly accessible. And what they are showing in addition to that is the art walk, which they are using as the bonus points, this open space as additional open space to obtain bonus points. There's design guidelines in terms of conformity to it regarding sidewalk widths. Like I mentioned, 62nd and 63rd Street sidewalks do meet our requirements. The Overland Avenue sidewalk would need to be revised. There's a guideline regarding floor to ceiling height. Minimum is 14, and they're proposing much higher, which is 15 feet and 8 inches. Certain design elements are also being met by using vertical elements to break up horizontal architecture, incorporating landscaping elements along street-facing facades, articulating the building base with change in materials, color, and finishing, and emphasizing the building entrance. Some of the other things which at this time we don't have information is regarding water saving systems, lighting, and drainage devices, which will be figured out as the project further gets refined. So in terms of community benefits, 50 points need to be obtained in that form. The possible benefits can include additional public open space, zero net energy, public improvements, utility undergrounding, and a contribution to the city's small business fund. What they are proposing is provision of additional public open space via artwork, and they are requesting 20 points for that. And the remaining 80 points, they are proposing to use a flexible community benefit category by converting a portion of the existing 41 live-work units in the Hollis Street building into a combination of very low, and moderate income housing. Just a note to the Commission as a reminder that if a flexible community benefit is used, it requires council approval for the entire project. So again, just to remind you that for the 50 bonus point, the 20 bonus points that they're requesting is for this public, the dark green portion of the artwork. In terms of staff comments, the public works staff identified that in the CIP, in order to enhance citywide streetscape system, small parks to improve bicycle pedestrian safety has been proposed, and there's a concept called village greens that identifies public right-of-way to be considered to create park space, and this feature would also help in reducing the amount of project vehicular traffic that uses Overland Bicycle Boulevard. So this is sort of a very rough diagram of what a potential idea for obtaining bonus points would be. In addition to that, other comments related that new curb and gutters along with streetlights will be required for all the 3 street frontages, that is 62nd, 63rd, and Overland. Any emergency generators would need to be located inside the new building, and solar panels will be needed on both buildings. Underground overhead utilities along project frontage on Overland Avenue will be required. There was also a suggestion of undergrounding overhead utilities on the south side of 62nd Street as a possible way of obtaining bonus points. As a reminder to the Commission, if there are overhead utilities along the project frontage, they are required to underground that as part of the project. However, if they are going to underground overhead utilities which are not part of their project frontage, then they can obtain bonus points for that. So the suggestion here is undergrounding south side of 62nd Street between Horton and Overland for obtaining additional bonus points. In terms of issues to be considered by the Planning Commission, as I mentioned before, the project proposes 450 parking spaces where the maximum permitted is 319. It will need a use permit. Findings will need to be made, and those findings are that the project demonstrates that additional parking is necessary to meet anticipated demand, and that the additional parking will not result in an overdependence on autos. The question for the Commission is, what type of information does the applicant need to provide for the Commission to make these findings? Open space. The applicant proposes to fulfill open space requirements by including stormwater treatment areas. The regulations outline the purpose of open space requirement as intending to provide high quality open space for active and passive recreation and establishing standards to provide security and privacy. The question for the Commission is, does the Commission think that it is appropriate to include stormwater treatment areas in open space calculations? Bonus points. Applicant proposes to obtain 20 bonus points by providing additional open space in the form of an art walk, and to obtain remaining bonus points by converting a portion of the live work units in the existing Hollis Street building as affordable units using the flexible community benefit. Does the Commission consider the art walk feature as being an appropriate way for the project to obtain bonus points? Another question for the Commission is, does the Commission believe the remaining bonus points should be obtained by converting live work units to affordable units? And does the Commission agree with the staff recommendation that one way of obtaining bonus points could be by undergrounding south side of 62nd Street between Horton and Overland Avenue? The village green, what does the Commission think of the staff suggestion of building a village green at the intersection of 63rd Street and Overland Avenue? And in terms of project design, does the Commission have any other comments on the overall project design? In terms of next steps, the project will be reviewed by the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. We will be getting a transportation impact analysis scope of work approved for council approval for this project. And we anticipate another study session to come in front of the Commission. A community meeting was held on April 14th. As staff was not notified of this meeting, I do not have any report regarding what happened at this community meeting. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and otherwise I'm going to leave this last slide, which summarizes the questions for the Commission when the Commission is ready to deliberate. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions, and of course, the applicant does have a presentation.
Thank you, Maroon. So the commissioners, are there any questions? And I'm just going to ask Stephen Keller, or Commissioner Keller, why don't you start?
Okay, thank you. Maru, I have quite a few, and I'm actually going to take you away from the slide you're on and ask you to go back to that kind of summary of the bonus points. I'm kind of confused that suddenly threw a curve at me. So I want to clarify. This wasn't a question I had earlier, but this is. So overall, the project needs a total of 100 bonus points. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 50 of those have to come from funding the affordable housing at the 2.8 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there's only 50 bonus points remaining to be acquired.
Correct.
Okay, your slide said they had to come up with 80 points.
Okay.
So
yes, that is incorrect.
Okay.
That is
So we're
incorrect.
really-
I misspoke.
Okay, no, I don't think you even misspoke. I think it actually says 80 on the slide. That's all.
Yeah, I
wanted to
had
go back
80
to
as
the
well.
slide. Yeah, so we're only looking for them to gain 50 more bonus points.
Correct.
Okay, so that was the one that kind of threw a curve at me. So the other two questions I have, and for some reason your screen overtook mine. I want to refer to the fire marshal plan review, and there is item number 4, and I guess for ease, I could read it out so everyone knows what it is. It says, please include language and plans indicating how the project complies with the 2019 CFC Chapter 5, Section 503.1.1 Fire Apparatus Access Road. The fire apparatus access road shall comply with requirements of the section and shall extend to within 150 feet, 45 720 millimeter metric meters or whatever, I don't know what they're saying there. All portions of the facilities and portions of the exterior walls of the first story of the building as measured by an appropriate route around the exterior of the building. So my question is on the east side of the building where there is the walkway that leads to the artist walk and then the service yard, with those there, is this requirement met, or to me it looked like this was blocking that, so it doesn't seem like it meets the requirement of the fire marshal, and I don't know if you could answer that.
I'm afraid I cannot clarify on that.
Okay. So the next study, so if you all go back to the one slide up that kind of shows the greenways, it would show what I'm concerned is the area between, go to that slide. So I'm concerned between the area between the east side of the building and the west side of the parking structure. Because there's that closed off fencing area. Yeah, all of that area seems inaccessible to the fire apparatus. So I'll need to have that clarified for the next study session that it meets that requirement from the fire marshal.
Absolutely.
And then the other question I had is, do you know of any other approved projects where the city has considered or counted stormwater treatment areas towards the required public open space?
I don't have an example offhand, but I believe we have included in the past, because a lot of times these were on podium courtyards where you would have stormwater planters. So at that point, yes, to answer your question, we have included, but it is not clear. The regulations do not clarify that. The question being asked is for, especially where you have stormwater planters here, the issue becomes whether these should be counted, these little pockets which don't quite function as open space.
Yeah, okay, very good. I think those are my only questions for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Commissioner Simons, do you have any questions?
No questions from me.
Vice Chair Young?
Wow. No, I think it makes sense to me on the bonus points, and those smaller areas for the storm drains are kind of interesting. Is there any examples that we know that might, like a water collection point, or is a low point? Is there anything about those places that one could really, grab onto as being as a bonus point? If I'm clear, is that enough room to actually consider that? Is there something that engineering wise that could be done to, if you want to, Can you zoom up to that little corner? Like those two right there? Are you able to zoom that?
Is this better?
Yeah.
So what are you pointing? Are we point? So just to
that one. Go ahead.
So
explain that a little better.
So to give you an example,
Sure.
Commissioner Keller mentioned whether we have used stormwater in open space calculation. In a situation of this landscape, I would say yes, because the light ones are stormwater and the darker greens are open space. However, in strips like this, where a portion is stormwater and the rest is, the darker green is open space, the question then becomes, is this a usable open space or not? So that's the question that the staff is asking the commission.
And perhaps if I could, Chair Thompson, if I could just add a comment there. We didn't really examine this in detail, but our planning regulations do also have standards for open space. And in order to count as open space, there are certain dimensional requirements that must be met, including being able to inscribe a square of a certain dimension within the space. And so if you can't inscribe a square of the right size within those slivers of green space along Overland Avenue, then it wouldn't qualify as open space anyway under our regulations. The courtyard in the middle clearly would be large enough to have this, the required dimensions met, but these little ones might not be.
However, I believe that this one will meet our requirements for open space, not so much this one.
Right.
As well.
That answers my question.
Yeah.
There's a balcony too. One more place. There's a balcony that happens on that art walk. Comes up and there's kind of a step back of some kind before you get into the parking. Is that also another place that's counted? I think it's about 10 feet above that grade at the art walk. If you look at a section of it, it comes up. Is that countable as well?
Balcony?
Oh, well, a step back, kind of a step back. It looked like some kind of like trellis of some form. Not trellis, more of a balcony of planters and stuff that's a little higher, grabs.
That is not
something I picked up on the plan.
Yes. There are some planters on the parking garage. Those are not being identified as open spaces, either by applicant or by staff.
Got it. Thank you. No more questions.
Okay, no more questions. Commissioner Zepko, do you have any questions?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Okay. I don't have.
Can I actually have one more question? Will you mind?
Go ahead.
Ask one? Sure.
Oh, you just muted yourself.
Sorry, here I go. I have a couple questions about so my impression is the applicant wants to turn several of the live-work lofts into affordable housing in lieu of making this $2.8 million contribution. Is that right? Or is
No. The in lieu affordable housing fee, they are required to pay that in order to obtain 50 bonus points. The remaining 50 bonus points, they are proposing to obtain that by doing two things. One is the art walk, and the other is a portion of the live works into affordable units. So in one case, we will get cash, and the other case, we get actual units.
Okay, got it. So do we know how many units we're getting?
So that was
I didn't see that in the plan.
Right. So if the commission is interested in exploring this way of obtaining bonus points, then staff, as staff report mentions, we will come back with some recommendations as to how many units are recommended by staff to obtain the bonus points. At this point, we do not have that. We are not prepared to recommend anything. We wanted to make sure that the commission is interested in exploring this before we pursue it further.
Thank you.
Okay. If those are the last questions, no other questions have come up. Okay. Then the applicant has a presentation, correct?
That is correct.
Yes, and I'm going to be elevating a whole bunch of people to the panel. So if you'll bear with me for a few minutes, I will be moving up the folks who are going to be making the presentation. Let's see. Who else do I have here? Oh, okay. Jeff Sears, Judy Wetterer, and Rich Robbins. Okay, oh, Matt Malone. Matt Malone, where is he? There he is. I think I have got everybody. All right, we should have all our presenters now visible to you.
Just to be clear, everybody can see my screen, right?
Sure.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, on you, Claudia.
Okay. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to present the new development. And you've just heard a lot of good information and facts, so I won't repeat that. My name is Claudia Capio. I am with the urban planning firm of Urban Planning Partners, and I'm assisting Wareham in this effort. In the initial session here, we're looking forward to hearing your comments and also from those of the public as we develop and evolve the design of this project. Next slide. We're going to be switching off here with a couple of people. Rich Robbins and Jeff Sears of Wareham will be speaking. Judy Wetterer, who's does a lot of the artwork for Wareham and is on the arts committee of the city, will be presenting. And then obviously the architect and landscape architect for the project, Matt Malone and Dwight Long. We thought we'd start with some historic perspective because it's really important to look at the transformation of Emeryville over the last 70 to 80 years. This is a 1937 photograph, and the area in red is the Emery Station campus. And as you can see, it was large industrial tracts, large-scale industrial, heavy industrial uses at that time. Next slide. Racing forward another 40 years or so, you can see in 1997 that there was formerly industrial areas which are now vacant. Some development had occurred, including the public market and Emery Bay office areas and housing. And of particular note is the Amtrak station, which was a joint venture between Wareham and the city. It's at the lower left-hand corner of the red box there. Conceived and built as a transit hub connecting Emeryville to the regional transportation network. And the station has always been a central anchor for Wareham throughout the development of the life sciences campus area. Next slide. Moving on another 10 years, you can see that this long-term vision of a campus around the transit hub was really pushed forward. And they have also been a great contributor and founding member of the Emery Go Round. So transit and the connectivity of Emeryville to the rest of the region has been very important. Wareham has also been a long-term contributor to the arts and the funder of local educational efforts. Looking at the gradual and deliberative campus evolution, you can see that they all are consistent with scale and massing, and also the concurrent public improvements are a major part of the glue that holds this area together. Next slide, please. Another view of the present day context showing the the proposed new building and the just other contextual buildings of the campus area in 2019. Next slide. Here we get to the project location and context. I won't go into a detailed description of the project because Rue has very appropriately done that. But you can see that the public improvements, the streetscape, Horton as the major spine, the green spaces and other areas have really helped identify the campus as a cohesive whole, and the new site would be the next logical extension of that to the north, with Horton ending at the terminus of the public plaza. The main objectives of the project are to retain the existing community by keeping the Hollis Street building, to combine the legacy of the Hollis Street building with the new building through connectivity, meaningful open space, and art, to extend the Horton Street spine across 62nd and create a new pedestrian passageway with the proposed art walk, to create an additional building to the campus itself, and finally to contribute to the biotech economy in Emeryville. With that, I'll turn it over briefly to Rich Robbins.
Good evening, Rich Robbins, Wareham Development. This is a site that we've owned since 1977, 1978. And we've been pondering the best use of this site, how to deal with this site by not only honoring the past, but also thinking in terms of its future expansion and how it can connect back into the Emory Station campus and proportionally work with the existing building. Some of you may not know this, but back in the day, this building was one of the first that was considered legal live workspace or incidental residential. There's a great deal of history that goes with it. And from that perspective, we did not want to lose it and even propose thinking in terms of tearing it down, particularly with the need for housing at this time. But the other aspects of it was we're laboratory builders. We have a long history in Emeryville from back in that day, having also been involved with Cetus and Chiron and Novartis, even to the point where we sold it back to them, where it's now what you just recently approved at the BMR campus. So we have a great deal of knowledge of what is needed for research in life science and university-related research for these facilities. One of the things I've always felt that was missing in this particular square block was there was never really a way for a pedestrian to walk between 62nd and 63rd Street without circumventing a square block. And so when we looked at it, and we've been working on this idea for more than a year, we looked at the idea of an art walk combined with a pedestrian passageway. We weren't so much looking for a bike path. We're really looking for walkways and a passive area where people could sit. And also with the long history of artistry and artists in Emeryville, that we could combine that and bring in a rotating art show and with some permanent art. So there was a great deal of thought given to how we could incorporate this in making it a safe passageway between streets, where we would obviously provide security and lighting and have certain hours where it was off limits, but most importantly, where there was respect for the uses, the live work space, the commercial uses in the new building. So a great deal of thought has been given with the idea of preserving the past and moving into the future. And given the fact that we've owned this for more than 43, 44 years, it was very important to us to come up with ideas to do this in the right way. So we look forward to hearing your comments tonight and appreciate the time. Claudia?
Thank you. Next slide, please. These are just some project details which you've already heard about. We note that the the lab building itself could be as high as 100 feet, but it was purposely kept down in order to be consistent with the Emory Station campus scale, height, and massing. We also look forward to the discussion of bonus points we have, as you have heard, various ideas of how to meet that. Next slide, please. This is another perspective of just the campus, the proposed building in relation to other development, including the new city center development. This is the currently approved plan for that site. And so you can see how we've tried to tuck that building and keep it consistent with the height, scale, and massing of the other buildings around it. Next slide, please. This is another just slide indicating, again, the height of surrounding buildings. We note that we've, in the proposed garage at 55 feet, we've really tucked it and kept it lower, not only because of the retained Hollis Street building, but just in terms of just how that sits. And the last garage that Wareham constructed was 75 feet. So you can see the differences in the massing. Next slide. I'm going to turn this over to Dwight Long of Perkins & Will to go through some of the major design elements in details.
Okay, thank you, Claudia and Rich, for that great overview of the Emeryville Station campus, and thank you, commissioners, for having us here tonight. I'm Dwight Long from Perkins & Will, the architect for the project. Starting here with this aerial view over Malone, we're going to take a few minutes to describe the design of the project. From the beginning, the main goal of the design and development team has been to provide a compelling and modern addition to Emeryville, one that works not only to enhance Emery Station campus, but complements the wonderful industrial character of the buildings that share the site and the neighborhood at large. As Claudia and Rich have described, Horton Street functions as a life science spine for the Emery Station campus, and we have used its terminus as a setting for a landscape public open space that serves both as a complement to the existing open spaces in the district, as well as a central green heart, so to speak, for the new building. Next. Here's an existing street view looking down Horton toward the site, and you can see the view down Horton Street, which terminates at the project site. Next. As a landscape courtyard is a symbolic heart of the project, the surrounding faceted facade you can see here in the view, which we call the crystal, forms a dynamic setting for the open space and creates an iconic visual terminus for Horton Street. Next. As one approaches the building, here at 62nd Street, the courtyard garden provides a lush and active open space for both the public and building tenants to use and enjoy, as well as creating an inviting entry approach to the building. While the landscape court and crystal form create a centerpiece for the architecture, next, as we move further around the building, here at the west, at the corner of Overland and 62nd, the surrounding elevations are expressed using a rhythmically patterned facade, helping to break down the scale of the building to better relate to the finer texture of the existing neighborhood. Next. Moving to the western facade that fronts Overland, we can see the changing pattern of the facade as one moves from 62nd to 63rd. As garden terraces are a feature of all Emery Station projects, completing the design are a series of outdoor landscape terraces, which have been further developed since the planning application was made, that create moments of color and activity along the facades to further enliven the design as one moves around the building. Next. Looking here along 63rd toward Hollis Street at the north facade, we are proposing a break in the textured pattern that both expresses the character of the glass crystal on the 63rd Street side, as well as providing the potential for a future building entrance to the FedEx property to the north. Next. Service elements for the project, seen here in the foreground left, are located on the wider and less residential 63rd Street and include the loading area, a visually protected service yard, and the entrance to the parking garage. For loading, the building provides an internal truck dock that allows delivery vehicles to pull off of the street. Next. Looking here at the existing conditions at the east end of 63rd, we see the existing loft building to be preserved on the left. Next. Like Wareham's Horton Street Garage, the garage structure for this project is an area where we wanted to create a building, a beautiful and distinct visual expression for the neighborhood. Next. Warm colored louver facades are punctuated by suspended landscape planter boxes, and the building's base is a textured tile and concrete plinth that creates a playful surface at the level of the pedestrian. The opening formed between the existing loft building and the east end of the garage serves as the entry to the mid-block art walk and will provide an opportunity for the application of public art. Next. Lastly, as we return to 62nd Street, this image shows how we are using the texture facade to break down the scale of the building and further relate it to the finer scale of the existing loft building. Additionally, the location of our outdoor terrace is meant to both relate to the height of the loft building as well as provide an overlook and marker for the entrance to the art walk. Now I'd like to hand it over to Matt Malone to present the approach to the public open space art walk and streetscape. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you Dwight and thank you Claudia. I'm going to walk us through the landscape design now. So here you can see the overall site illustrative plan highlighting our substantial open space offerings. The courtyard, as Dwight mentioned, with its dynamic design expression, which echoes the angled facade of the crystal surrounds, serves as the site's central gathering place, a destination for the community and building tenants with numerous opportunities to sit, rest, socialize, or work outside, and serves to anchor the terminus of the Horton Street spine. Over to the right, you can see the art walk, which links 62nd and 63rd Street. This space is envisioned as an outdoor gallery space that serves as a much needed mid-block passageway dedicated to local artists and a celebration of the site's industrial past, providing a sense of discovery and an intimately scaled pedestrian connection similar to those that are found throughout the Emeryville neighborhood fabric. We'll take a closer look at this concept for the space shortly. Last but not least are our streetscapes. We have proposed streetscape improvements on 62nd and Overland, as well as a brand new curb and streetscape on 63rd Street, where currently no sidewalk exists. If you go to the next slide, as you can see from this existing image, it's currently a wide expanse of asphalt with 90-degree parking stalls on both sides of the street. And here you can see our proposed section and plan below, which transforms the south side of 63rd Street into a new 18-foot sidewalk zone, consisting of a 4-foot planting zone with new street trees and robust ground level plantings, an 8-foot throughway, and additional 6-foot planted buffer at the building edge. Next slide. We've already sort of talked about this, but I'll just mention when it comes to open space area, we're proposing a total of 23,700 square feet of publicly accessible open space, which you can see quantified here, the light green being our required and common open space, which distributed throughout the site, and the dark green over the art walk, which serves as our public open space and community benefit offering. Next slide, please. Speaking of the artwork, we'd like to take a few moments to walk you through the concept of this really exciting space. Connecting 62nd Street at the bottom of the page here to 63rd Street at the top, we've designed this space which weaves through the new and existing buildings as a unique outdoor gallery, which commemorates the site's industrial past, repurposing the former rail spur alignment, which you can see traveling left to right in this image just below the garage, as well as the associated loading dock below, into a series of viewing rooms, terraces, and gallery windows, providing opportunities for rotating exhibition space, which celebrates the local art and fabrication community, one of the many things that makes the city of Emeryville so great. With thoughtful interventions such as reused materials and industrial artifacts, we want to transform this currently underutilized service area into a verdant and active neighborhood amenity where existing residents, building tenants, and the larger community can come together in a place that can be found nowhere else other than the city of Emeryville. If you go to the next slide, please. One of the many considerations that went into the space is the design of the garage. Here you can see the south elevation where a sophisticated palette of materials and sculpting of the garage massing serves to provide a beautiful backdrop for the outdoor gallery experience. Along the base of the garage and along the rail spur walkway, you can see the board form concrete surface punctuated by a series of gallery windows where we imagine a rotating exhibition space taking place with opportunities for permanent 2- and 3-dimensional art throughout the space. The upper levels of the garage massing have been significantly set back to create an upper level outdoor garden space, providing screening from the cars within the garage and ample room for trees and vertical greening elements, allowing for greater access to light and air from above. Next slide, please. Here you can see an existing image of the 62nd Street building that exists over on the right, the 2-story which would remain, and the lower 1-story building which would be demolished. And if you go to the next slide here, you can see the entry into the space from 62nd Street. You can see the mural on the wall to the right where the existing building used to be. That serves to sort of announce this entry to passersby with a generous walkway framed by seating, plantings, potentially some overhead lighting with a mural that serves as a focal point beyond down there at the end. All of it designed to really draw you into the space and create a welcoming, inviting forecourt to the gallery experience beyond. Next slide. Here you can see the existing loading dock behind the existing building to remain. The lower level rail spur you can see has been paved over and the space is relatively abandoned and poorly utilized. If you go to the next slide, here you can see the view of the proposed condition with the building, the lab building sort of as a backdrop beyond. You can see the rail spur has been revealed and turned into our main gallery walk with those punctuated windows and the facade and the garage to the right. Off to the left is the repurposed loading dock, which has been carved into a series of terraces and viewing rooms with space to sit and gather, with both movable and integrated planters and seating elements that serve to activate and soften the alleyway. Next slide, please. Here we've taken a few steps back and you're looking at both the lab building to the left and the 63rd Street connection to the right. You can see from here the step back in the garage facade above, a piece of art that we had to step behind to get this shot, but I think more importantly, the clear connection to 63rd, where we've embraced this portal-like quality of the space and are exploring some overhead art interventions that would make it a really cool moment in design. Something that we've referred to internally as our Instagrammable moment. Just an idea of many that we've had to make this a truly special place for the neighborhood and community that lives here. Next slide, please. Here you can see our 63rd Street entryway looking west towards the railroad tracks, where we're using art wrapping this corner, kind of similar to where we were to the treatment at 62nd Street, as a way to announce the space to people passing by. And also note the lush and thoughtfully designed streetscape on 63rd that makes a meaningful improvement to the pedestrian environment here. Next slide. All right, so last but not least is a video that we produced walking through the space. Again, you can see here the generous pedestrian walkway with the art serving as focal points, creating that environment, inviting atmosphere. We've got integrated seating and thoughtfully considered planting areas to buffer the space, turning the corner. You can see the repurposed loading dock over here on the right with those viewing rooms and windows off to the left. Again, with art really surrounding the space, playful lighting, and just places to gather and come together here. Turning the corner, traveling through our 63rd Street portal, you can see our overhead design element that we're developing, and we believe will make this connection a really cool and unique experience.
Oh, I'll just go ahead, Claudia. Hi, I'm Judy Wetterworth, Wareham Development. So Wareham has a history of strong support of the artist community in Emeryville and throughout the East Shore. We're privileged to fund efforts like CALA's Art in Schools program at Annie Yates, the long-awaited Center for the Arts. Besides our annual support, we were always happy to host the annual Emeryville Celebration of the Arts at our buildings when we could. We have the largest collection of art within Emeryville's Art in Public Places program. I've served on the Emeryville Public Art Committee for many years. Know that our Wareham team loves art, and we regularly acquire art above and beyond the requirements of the AIPP. The two sculptures shown here were installed in the 80s, around the time the AIPP began. The sculpture on the left was installed prior to the AIPP at the property we held for over 35 years, now owned by Biomed Realty. The piece on the right was one of the first sculptures within the AIPP collection and within Emeryville itself, and is a really long time favorite at our Heritage Square building. We're proud of the careful integration of art, architecture, and organic gardens throughout our campuses, and the accessibility to art and gardens that we've always provided to the public. As is our responsibility, these amenities also help us attract the best and the brightest companies to our Emory Station campus, and in turn help those companies attract the best and brightest employees. These examples of outdoor sculptures and two-dimensional art throughout our campus will likely influence the art we selected for Emory Station 1550. As was noted, we're very open to ideas, for example, about installing a rotating art program or perhaps incorporating murals along the art walk. And we welcome suggestions as we go through the process of commissioning and purchasing art for this project. We're always excited to add more wonderful art at Emory Station for the AIPP. Thank you.
So getting back to reality here, thank you, Judy. We've identified a number of issues, construction noise and construction air quality, given the proximity of the existing Hollis building, parking supply and demand, as Maru mentioned, and pedestrian and bicycle access. I'll note that with regard to the size of the proposed size of the garage, Wareham studied the current campus and building parking demand and balanced this with the minimum spaces required for both function and financial feasibility. It will have the lowest parking ratio of all of the campus garages, and the current campus parking demand at this point exceeds capacity. So we thought about a number of factors, including the fact that biomedical uses, medical related activities and lab uses really demand a 24/7 use curve because of the nature of the activities. So parking availability is really important. We obviously welcome your comments regarding this issue. At this point, as Maru indicated, and this is just a mirror image, the conditional use permit for the parking supply, the bonus points in general, and the cul-de-sac at the end of 63rd Street. Any direction or perspective that you have on that would be greatly appreciated. We appreciate the time and the attention and look forward to hearing your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think I'd like to see if commissioners have any questions as to the applicant's presentation. Commissioner Keller?
I have quite a number, if no one else does. A couple came up just during the discussion here. When we show the greenscape plan of the courtyard, there seems to be a division in there, and you kind of call out 3,000 square feet as the popos, but yet it's not the whole courtyard. So can you explain that to me? Is the whole courtyard considered part of the open space you're requesting, or is it just some 3,000 square feet? So I don't know if you want to bring up a slide of that so the rest of the commissioners can see what I'm talking about, or do you guys have a clear picture? So basically, if you want to just say so see right there, it says popos 3,000 square feet, but yet there's 10,000, there's 10,599. So what portion of that center courtyard is open and available to and being counted as public open space?
As far as the areas that are required go, we're required to provide 3,000 square feet of popos. So everything in light green is required open space. Everything in the courtyard and really all parts of this landscape are going to be publicly accessible. So there's not going to be like a fence around it or anything like that. Okay. The intent is that it's all open, but just to meet the letter of the code, we wanted to go ahead and designate an area that met the 3,000 square foot requirement.
Okay. And then Claudia had just mentioned about the parking, your current parking demands are exceeding capacity. And are you talking about all of Wareham's properties? Or are you specifically talking about the Horton Street, the new Horton Street garage? What are you talking about there?
I believe it is all of the Emory Station campus garages.
Okay, so what I call the transit center building is just fairly recently opened. I know the top 2 stories have just completed during COVID. So And I know lab buildings are more operational than standard businesses during COVID, but the luxury I have is I get to look out at that garage every day and I don't see it being used. There's never even a car on the top of the roof. So how are you guys quantifying that you exceed capacity when there's a whole level of the garage not being used? And during COVID, it's kind of hard to gauge what that capacity is. I think you're making a quantitative statement over something that you can't quite qualify yet because of COVID and that your buildings haven't been fully opened or functional. So can you explain to me how you get to the idea that you think you're exceeding your capacity now?
Yeah, I'll answer that. This is Jeff Sears. Stephen, the campus was built at a time where Emeryville was requiring developers to build a lot of parking.
Right.
And so our earliest campus buildings were being built with ratios of 3 per 1,000 and higher even, but well, let's just say there. And over time, and particularly with the new general plan, the transit hub concept was introduced primarily to allow people like us to not have to build so much parking and to try to build only what the market required. I don't think its intent was to limit people. It was to give us the opportunity not to build so much. But in any event, we've consistently built smaller ratios. As Claudia said, this new building will have the smallest ratio we've ever built, smaller than Emory Station West. Now, Novartis is still just moving into their space. I mean, they've only finished it a month or two ago. All of those spaces in that building are committed to people. They may not all be driving to the building now because of COVID, but those are committed. And in Novartis's example, they've said, we'll take any more parking you can give us. So it's our restriction on their ability to have more. Those cars aren't there now because of COVID, but we've committed them. So we're sure.
Okay,
that
Jeff, I have to just address one point on that in order to ask the questions so the rest of my commissioners can understand. My understanding as I look at I-80 and I see it fully packed as it is more people are driving single occupant vehicles because of COVID, because they don't want to share public transportation. So again, I find your methodology is, in my opinion, is kind of flawed and it's not supporting, and this is comments that I'll get into later. So you've answered my question.
More comments?
Yeah, that's what I was just stopping myself. So you've answered my question. So that's the only question I have for that. I have several more though. And to start with, what we could do is you might want to go to page G101 of your plan, if that's possible. But in your brief or description on that page plan, G1.01, under the third column called major benefits, you state as a benefit that you're preserving the preservation of flexible, affordable live-work units. So if these are a benefit that exists now, how are the existing units different than the affordable housing units that you're proposing for the bonus points? Because what you're saying as a benefit is you already provide affordable live-work spaces. So how is this going to change?
Sure. The concept is that they are relatively affordable right now compared to other forms of housing or other units in Emeryville and the surrounding area, but we would be deed restricting some of those units to keep them permanently affordable, so the rent would be much more stabilized and or decrease over time compared to the market rate units around the area.
Okay, thank you. So by number of units out of the 41 or by percent of all units, how many existing units are you seeing your project converting?
We have done some numbers. We are looking at a portion of the units, but we don't have any specific number yet. And we really wanted to discuss with the commission what you thought about it, the level of affordability, whether you thought it was a good idea, and then obviously negotiate with the city, because this has to be done in a systematic way in order for those units to be counted as affordable.
And when we convert, say we do this, whether you get bonus points or just decide to do it, what happens to the existing tenants that currently live in those units?
I think we would be looking at the tenants who are currently in the building could obviously look at becoming income qualified, but we would be looking at vacant units.
Okay, so if someone doesn't miss the existing qualified, do you have vacant units that they would possibly be able to move into?
That remains to be seen, but we would be looking at not pushing people out of their units.
Yeah, we prefer that.
Live there.
Okay, second question is, can you detail or explain the purpose, use, need, and or the planned hours of the arrival gates at both ends of the Artist Walk?
Well, typically what we do is darkness would be one of the determinants, but usually at our campuses, we don't want inner spaces used after something, usually around 10 o'clock at night. We have full-time 24-hour security and lighting and cameras, but it isn't a space that we want to see being used at night in consideration for the live-work units that are upstairs.
And how about weekends?
We probably would do the same thing. Same consideration would be at work.
Okay, thank you. Third question is, can you detail or explain the purpose of the fenced area on the west side of the building at the southwest corner? And do you feel that this fence complies with the required setbacks?
Could you be more specific? You're talking about
at the southwest corner of the building, on the overland side of the street, you have a fence built out to the curb or to the sidewalk. So is that fencing enclosing something, private space?
No, it's a terrace. It's a work in process, Stephen. Okay. I don't think it's anything written in stone.
Okay, because to me, being right up against the sidewalk there, it precludes having any green space on the pedestrian side or anything like that. So I want to, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's not written in stone. One of the issues on Overland has been, it's the train tracks and the fencing that we put in over there years ago. But it really has never been much of a pedestrian passageway.
Right. That's the hope that we're going to change, is we're going to make that a more pedestrian friendly area. And then lastly, in the same, on the image on the 63rd Street side, you guys show, and I think it was alluded to in the conversation, is the area for the future lobby extension. So the north side of the building won't have a lobby at the time the building opens. Can you explain what the intent mean, what you mean by the future lobby?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I can ask. I think what we were doing with that facade is really just looking at breaking down that facade and then giving the opportunity in the future, should it be a desire of the tenants to have an entry on that side of the property. Otherwise, it's not currently shown as a lobby, but it aligns with the lobby through the building.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Totally. Okay, that's all the questions I have currently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Keller. Are there other questions from the commissioners for the applicant? Okay, I have a couple questions. Just any other questions? Okay. So the city mentioned April 14th, you had a public meeting. They didn't have record of it. They have no information what happened, what occurred there. Can you guys summarize?
Sure. We had a meeting by Zoom, and it was very lightly attended, and there was a question pertaining to the public art and how it would be chosen and support for the arts. That's about the only comment we received.
Okay, and then in terms of the advertising, you know, it is a little bit unusual that the city didn't know about it. Have you discussed advertising with the city and correcting that for future?
Absolutely, and we apologize. It was a miscommunication.
There were, I can say, because I personally did it myself, mailed notice to 763 addresses provided to us by the city. And I mailed them from the city, from the post office across the street. And 31 of them have been returned as either vacant or, you know, no such address, no such something. But I assume the others were all accepted.
Okay, thank you. I have the train tracks nearby. I wanted to ask also about the bird safe guidelines. I'm just looking at the glassy facades. I just don't know how you've considered them.
Sorry, I'm on mute. Yeah, it's definitely part of the consideration for the building, and we've worked with it, bird safe glass and other applications of that on numerous projects, and it will be part of this project.
Okay, so the intention is to provide it next study session.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, okay. The other question was about the sidewalks. Can you just reiterate the dimensional characteristic of each of the sidewalks?
Yeah, certainly. So on Overland, 62nd Street, there's a 8-foot pedestrian throughway and a 4-foot planting strip for street trees and ground level plantings. The building facade is also stepped back. It sort of varies along 62nd Street, but a minimum of 4 feet, additional 4 feet on the building side that'll be planted. Overland was a slightly more challenging situation. I think right now we're providing for 7.5 feet of throughway. Instead of providing the street trees on the curb side, what we decided to do was put them on the interior of the site where we could fit them more easily. And then on 63rd, we have an 18-foot wide sidewalk zone, 4 feet planting, 8-foot throughway, and the remainder is planting, I believe it's 6 feet, 6-foot buffer.
Great. And then the other question is about the parking calculation. So the city's calculation is that 319 spaces are required. But I think the conversation has been that the demand estimate is higher than that. I don't know if you have sort of considered how you reconcile that. I mean, is that a question of just not the demand being a difference with the city calculation? I just wanted to get your opinion on it.
I think we have to do more analysis, and we may do a parking survey as well, a use survey, just to make sure that you have the information and analysis that you need. So we'll be working with city staff on that.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. I don't know if any questions have come up in the interim. Okay, great. I think we're gonna, sorry, I've got papers. Moving on to our next part. Maybe, Charlie, you can help me with next. So just to make sure I keep everything in order.
Yeah, the next, if the commissioners are all finished with their questions, the next step would be to ask for public comment. And
that's what I thought.
Open the public comment, and then when you've heard all the public comments, then close the public comment.
Okay, so I'm going to officially open the public comment, and I believe I read part C right now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now is the time for the public comment on this item. Anyone who wishes to make a public comment related to this item should have begun submittal of your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for the city clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen. Or if you're calling in, press *9 and the clerk will call you at the appropriate time. Charlie, do you see any comments? Have they been received via online comment card?
I have not received any online comment cards on this item. I do see one raised hand among our attendees. So I will call on him right now. This is Jordan Wax, and I assume the speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Is that correct? Yes. All right. Go ahead, Jordan. Can you please unmute?
Hi. I'm Jordan Wax. I'm a member of the Housing Committee and the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'm here speaking on my own behalf tonight. I'm a little concerned about this. Obviously, like other similar developments in the area, I find the addition of high quality job space to Emeryville desirable. I see a lot of design elements that I really like, some that I have more questions about, like the huge glass facade. But the thing that really concerns me is the sort of opening bid here that we have with parking, that we keep seeing this over and over again. It's obvious that the developers here are very familiar with Emeryville, and understand our history somewhat, seem to at least have a concept of where we're trying to go as a city. But I don't feel that, like, if you're going to overbid on parking to begin with, that you're going to be as committed to making the active transportation and transit experience that any major employment hub has to be a part of your success in this design. If your employees are able to get successfully to and from work without ever having to worry about how the transit and pedestrian and bicycle experience is in the area, then it takes on the appearance of just doing something to appease the city. I frankly just don't agree with your conclusions. I have worked in 24-hour facilities. Those facilities, while they may be quite busy overnight, are not nearly as busy as they are during the day pretty much ever. There's lots and lots of staff that are just not there. So you don't have equal demand during the evening that you're going to have during the day, when obviously, yes, there are fewer transit options. There are always going to be plenty of people who don't have very good options other than driving to get to a workplace. But I don't see that this amount of square footage requires this amount of parking, especially as we are working to try and enhance the ability of everyone to get to and from and through Emeryville by any method other than adding hundreds of daily car trips. It is going to degrade the pedestrian experience, not just for the people who are in the area, who live there, but also for your employees who are going to miss out on the richness of a neighborhood that is designed around this. And you've put all this architecture in, obviously, but that's saying one thing, but the amount of parking that you're asking for is saying another thing. And I would really like this at this very early stage to be seen as a project that requires pedestrian bicycle access and transit integration in order for the project itself to be successful, not just the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie, are there additional comments or others interested?
I do not see any more raised hands. Let me just check my email again to see if any online speaker cards have been submitted. I do not see any online speaker cards, and I see no more raised hands among the attendees.
Okay. Hearing no additional requests to make comments, the public comment portion of this item is now closed. I want to bring this topic back to the commissioners for deliberation or discussion, I should say. Maru, maybe you can put up your summary slide so the applicant can get the answers to their key questions. And then I'll call on commissioners. So why don't I start with Vice Chair Young?
Oh, hello. Hey guys, that was a wonderful presentation. I really thought you guys spent a lot of time in that animation was really great. Really showed this how the space was used. In the issues to be considered, planning regulation prescribes the parking maximum to be 10% more than the estimated parking demand. So I know there's a lot of questions on parking. There's a lot of issues about what we're going to do in order to actually handle that. Because I think the thing about labs is that you're having people come in from very far distances. They're not necessarily able to kind of come nearby, and I'm not sure how that's going to work, but we have people from everywhere. And I think this was the same thing that we had run into this other lab that's coming down, that's going on down the street. So maybe this is something that you guys really understand and really want to play with that, but definitely consider this. So maybe it might be neat to show a relationship between the transit hub and how you guys really want to associate, like if you can show that in a plan to show us that you're actually thinking in those terms, true drop-off points for Uber and Lyft. show possible percentage of people who might be working from home. I mean, there's noticing more and more that that's actually going to be a thing that of our future is kind of thrown on our lap. Maybe we'll all return back to work, but I don't know. Show percentage of like what people might work on flex hours. You know, maybe there's something that you did mention that people do work through the weekends, and it's a 24-hour system. I understand that, and to show that, and then show maybe possibly to indicate paths between the Caltrans train station, how many people might be using that if there's a possibility of that, and really show us like what the bike dependency might be. How many of your scientists do use bikes, and really can they actually look at it to actually take advantage of some things that Emeryville is trying to do here. In terms of the open space, the applicant proposes to fulfill an open space requirement, including stormwater treatment areas. So I asked the question on some of those terraces that were happening in that art walk, and now we have these smaller spots that go around it. I think they could count as, you know, bonus points, but if it's considered in a way that might be a little bit more proactive, a little bit more future thinking of the space as being like a green infrastructure. It meets some kind of form of regulatory requirements, as Charlie kind of brought up, maybe in sizes and stuff like that. Possibly enhance the public areas a little bit. Maybe there's water features that could be taken, that could be kind of neat to use, or planting energies that could be really used, some kind of water feature that in case of flooding, instead of the flooding happening, it's actually being used for something really neat. Rain gardens, we have a kind of an amazing wall that you're placing in front of those lofts. Maybe that's an opportunity for something. Maybe bonus points could be played on that if there's something there. But if it's something visible from where you're standing, you know, you could look up, and maybe it's not necessarily on the plane that you're standing on. Might be worth a question. Would it count as a bonus point if you look up and you see something kind of neat on a, you know, bad rainy day or whatever?
So Vice Chair Young, I think the question is whether stormwater treatment would be in the open space calculations, so different than bonus points. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much, and you're absolutely right. Okay, and then forest pavements, permeable paving, things like that could be considered in that same sense. Possible storage cells, you know, for additional filtering of captured debris or things like that. Maybe these things to think about. And you're right. So the bonus point, other areas, so I kind of crossed the two, but I'll come back to that one. The applicant proposes 20 bonus point by adding additional open space and form of the art walk. So I really think that, you know, Emeryville is a very rich place. There's a lot of really fantastic artists here. We prove that every year, the different kind of things that happen around here. So to take advantage of what we have here. We have a new art center going up near City Hall, and it just goes on and on. There's all these, how this city is starting to enrich itself. And I think it's a really neat place to be able to pull that off. I was a little concerned about how this garage thing, because of this art walk kind of goes up, would block this back view of these buildings. I went over there to kind of look from the street level and could see these kind of fantastic spaces that are going to get, you know, with light coming in on both sides. If you go with Commissioner Keller's idea, maybe that much parking isn't required. We can go back by lowering this parking garage a little ways. Maybe if there is a mathematical magic number that'll allow you to kind of go to the minimum rather than kind of go back to it, maybe that would, you know, take a layer off, and you could maybe increase a little bit more space for that. It's up to you. You guys know your design, and I really handle it on that level. I think there was, I really enjoyed the drawings that showed the relationship between the buildings and what they were. I think it was really self-explanatory. I really liked how that was come together. So does the commission believe that the remaining bonus points should be obtained by converting live work units to affordable? Okay, so so one question I would say is yes, but and there's always a couple buts. One of them might be, for sure maintain the current numbers and sizes of units. Maintain or make sure that that if it's going to be affordable units, that we're not cutting the spaces up in any shape, way, or form. That they are in fact remain that level. That all those rooms in there have the adequate headrooms and just what makes a space, even though it is workspace. I have one in there once before. I think a company. I don't want to name the company, but there was a company in there, and I walked up into it, and I was able to kind of look around and see a couple of those units. But it's been a long time since I've been in that building, and so I would like to ask, just in general, can we take a visit to this building before we get to the second session? Okay, then. Does the commission agree with staff recommendations that one way of obtaining bonus points could be by undergrounding the south side of 62nd Street between Horton? I would agree with that. I think that makes sense. I know there's the others that don't necessarily feel that way, but I think it's with this kind of building might be useful. It is a lab. You're trying to do something to build here. I like the scale. The building isn't oversized, and there's a lot of things that you guys aren't doing, like putting a massive building. So I think there's some kind of leeway to make that work. Does the commission have any other preferences on how the bonus points might be obtained? So one of them, I think that really needs to be looked at is how inviting the spaces might be for, the amount of intervention that people might be able to go into these spaces and use them. I saw an example of a space that I was in Florida, and I saw this really fantastic space that I saw that really people were just kind of gravitated toward because it was just so neat. And so if the spaces actually read how people can actually work and those that work there and those that kind of visit the place, it just actually becomes a neat spot. Maybe something like that could be thought about. The Village Green. So I kind of want to see a little bit more of discussion on what the Village Green was really about. You guys didn't seem to use that term in the discussion. So if there's a way to kind of run that out a little bit more, I'd like to hear a little bit more about what that is and how that actually works. And then lastly, does any commissioners have any comments on the overall project design? Every time someone makes a presentation of these projects, everyone wants to have a rooftop garden, and everyone says no. As Fire Marshal probably says. But if it's something that would be neat to have, also a community center, if there's space for it, something public that we could have, a public access community center. We always ask for these kind of buildings because people want to use them. They want to be part of these buildings. They want to be part of interacting with. I think that's what the future is going to do. With them free Wi-Fi, possible coffee shop. I don't know, but that's my comments. And again, it was a wonderful presentation. Really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Chair Thompson, if I may just make a brief comment on one of the things that Vice Chair Young said about visiting the live work spaces before the next study session.
Yep.
I would suggest that if individual commissioners are interested in doing that, they could contact the applicant and arrange such a visit. But I would caution against having the entire commission attempt to visit the live work units all as a group, because that would constitute a special planning commission meeting. And we would, of course, need to invite the public, and we would be subject to the Brown Act. So I think individual commission visits would be okay, but not as a group would be more problematic.
And we are still in the midst of a pandemic, so I would also recommend on those grounds as well.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Vice Chair Young. Commissioner Keller.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. I want to thank the group for their presentation, for the thought they put into the project thus far. It definitely shows this is a first study session. So unfortunately, as usual, I'm going to be rather long-winded, so please pardon me for that. But just let me start out with the positives. Overall, I like the project. I like the increase of the land use or the parcel. I don't have an issue with the height, the FAR, the general size or shape of the building itself. To me, you could even go a floor higher. Wouldn't bother me at all. I like how it opens up to the south towards Horton Street. I find that very inviting. I like the planting boxes on the parking structure. You'll just need to show us when that comes up that the planting palette that you're choosing will grow in those areas in that and those boxes. The art walk is definitely a benefit, but there's a caveat to that. So now onto the issues that we need to address. So number one, the entry court of the building looks like a building from the 1990s, kind of like a typical Silicon Valley high-tech business park. More importantly, I don't think the overall design reflects the industrial character of the area, as stated in the staff report, page 5, bullet points 2 and 3. And I'll just preface by saying what the second bullet point says is the treatment of the building should reflect the industrial character. So before I continue, let's just make it clear in our understanding that this is a new project, a new canvas and a clean slate, so to speak. So that understand brings me to my second point, that all setbacks, sidewalks, and planting areas must meet our current design guidelines, codes, and regulations. This will be a clear and new parcel from current point of view. There is no reason the project can't meet our current design standards. I feel the art walk should count towards or as open space, but it is not usable as public open space or a community benefit, and thus should not qualify for the bonus points. And I'll get to those in a few minutes. In the same vein, the stormwater treatment areas or bioswales are required and not usable public space, and thus should not be counted for public space. I feel the project should underground the utilities along Overland as part of the project, but receive bonus points for undergrounding the utilities along 62nd Street. It may be premature, but in my point of view, I think undergrounding those is pretty important. So I could see supporting that being 30 bonus points. And as usual, the elephant in the room is the parking. And in my opinion, falls in line with staff, that the staff report that the project is overparked. 450 spaces is too many. The matrix of 1.5 per 1,000 square feet or 2.4 per 1,000 square feet, depending if your office or lab formulation, is purely academic measure. We must keep in mind that when we're referring to the Biomed project, that was an approved PDP PUD from the 1990s. This project has no such approved plan development on this site. So again, it needs to follow the current codes and guidelines. The city of Emeryville, the Emeryville City Council has made the bold and future forward decision to eliminate parking requirements and has gone so far as to limit the number of spaces a project can have, especially in such a transit-rich area. And so far, I've not heard anything that compels me to approve 450 spaces. But having such a large footprint of the parking building has its benefits. It will help the project meet several general plan requirements that are currently missing from this plan. First of all, the first and foremost item is we need to break up the super block and work towards creating the fine-grained, walkable city we all desire. To accomplish this and do as the general plan directs, this project needs to relocate the service yard to accommodate a direct and through pathway from 62nd Street to 63rd Street to allow for this path. Charlie, can you go ahead and show the or share your screen with the plan I've provided?
Yes, I certainly will.
Thank you. So as this will illustrate, this will allow the through path. Charlie, you just took over my notes.
Oh.
No, that's okay. It's my screen. It's not yours.
Sorry.
Yeah. So to allow for this through path, the service yard would need to be moved east into the footprint of the garage, and to move the lockable arrival gate to the location between the existing building and the garage. This will create a space for clear, safe north-south path for the community and tenants equally. Additionally, the space will make up for the use of the stormwater treatment areas. To further comply with the general plan, all loading needs to take place in the building. So, and you guys can see it. So up in the yellow box, this is my first point that shows the path clear through. Your art walk is beautiful. It does nothing to shorten the distance a person has to walk to get from 63rd to 62nd or vice versa. This needs to be a straight cut through. This is what the general plan calls for. They want to break up these blocks and make a fine grained block. So this is a must. This is in the general plan. This isn't really a point to dispute. The second item is your loading dock. You have 3 bays. Our requirements is for 2 mediums and 1 large bay. If you make the adjustments according to the light yellow box in your loading bay area, deepen the 2 bays between the columns another 10 feet. You can allow for a 55-foot truck in there. If what you're showing there is 50 and on the curb you have 55. So I think this could be met in the bottom box down there. It breaks down both of the general plan codes. There are no less than 4 general plan mentions and guidelines that require that this block be broken up and made easier. And they're detailed there if you need to look at those. So to further comply with the general plan, all your loading needs to take place in the building. And again, we talk about biomed, you want to do that. Every one of their buildings of this type of operation include all 4 buildings in their complex have loading docks within their buildings. So that can happen in this project as well. As far as bike parking goes, as staff report states, this is the transit hub overlay, and the idea of that is to reduce the amount of vehicles by encouraging other means of transit. Biking is a good alternative. So plenty of bike parking is needed. I don't know if we need nearly 60 short-term bike racks outside, but I'm sure that knowing the code specifically specifies 116 spaces. So I think the idea the development team could suggest is that you might put more inside the building under secure spaces, allow for larger bikes such as cargo bikes, and see what the commission feels of that. If you have, say, 70 secured spaces, maybe you could only have to do 45 outside, or that's something that we could talk about. But I just think that because this is a clean slate, you're building a building from ground up, you're not using any forms, foundations, anything that's existing. I don't see any reason why this project cannot be designed to meet the general plan, to make this block fine grained so people can take direct routes, and also make the sidewalks fully compatible, including those on Overland Street, with the current design guidelines. So that's all I have at this moment.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, and Charlie, I'm sorry, is there the second page? I believe that this had a second, there you go. So I want to address just I think the image of this building, I see you're taking the cues from the Emory Station East, the green building with the recessed balconies. I like that look and everything. I just think that look is not appropriate for this location. So I've just provided these examples as just to indicate to you my thoughts on what a modern building could look like that has the vernacular of an industrial area. So I'm not asking you to replicate these, but I'm just showing, as opposed to what you're showing, these are a look that I think are more in keeping to the neighborhood and the industrial character that the general plan states. So if you could bring up the questions again, Charlie, I can go through those 7 really quick.
Miru, can you share the questions again, please? There we go.
Okay, thank you. So I think number one, I can't provide you any guidance on this. You're going to need to come back and tell me why you need the extra 131 spaces in that place. And so far, I've not heard anything from any developer that tells me that, you know, we need as much as we've been asked to approve. I don't think it's appropriate that the stormwater treatment areas be used as your open space calculations. I think the artist walk can be used in the calculations of the open space. It just cannot be obtained for bonus points because it will not be a community benefit. And the reason being is the path I suggest can be open 24 hours, 7 days a week without a severe security risk. But when you are working in that back alley, as the Emeryville Police Department has specified, that is a very definite risk, and I can understand why that needs to be locked up. But the path I'm suggesting can be seen from one end to the other by the police department in a patrol car from either 62nd Street or 63rd Street. So I think for that purpose alone, that it could be open 24/7, it's safe and usable for everybody in the public and not just an amenity for the tenants. That is why I feel that art walk cannot be used to obtain bonus points. I don't think we need to work with the affordable units. 41 units that are partly affordable already, I think are good enough. The 2.8 million that you're providing to the fund, I think will help us. I don't want to see anyone dislocated because they no longer meet the criteria for what is chosen. So I don't think the bonus points should be obtained by the affordable units. I agree with the staff that, as I said, the undergrounding along 62nd can qualify for bonus points. And maybe the other 20 bonus points to make up the 50 can be done by doing the village green. I didn't know this was on the capital renewal or the capital strategy plan for the city, but we were told that it was something the city council liked. So if they'd like to see 20 points, go for that, and we create a village green that pedestrians and bike can still use, I think that's great. And again, overall, the overall design, I just think is, I'm not an architect and I don't mean to insult anyone, but I think this building looks dated and it's not even built yet. And I think that we can get something put in that area that more speaks to the language of the neighborhood than what we're seeing here. So that's it. Now I can really say I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Geller.
Chair Thompson?
Yes.
Sorry, I just have one other comment to respond here. I've heard a couple of commissioners say that the undergrounding on the south side of 62nd Street could be worth 30 bonus points. I'm not sure where that came from. Perhaps staff said that. I'm not sure if we did or not. But I just want to clarify that the way the bonus point system works, at least as regards undergrounding, it's 10 bonus points for every 1% of construction valuation. So if it turns out that undergrounding the utilities on the south side of Horton Street, the cost of that would be equal to 5% of the construction valuation of the project, then they're there. They've got 50 bonus points for that. So we're going to have to crunch the numbers, see how much the undergrounding will cost. We don't have a construction valuation for this project yet, but we'll have to compare those and see just how many bonus points that could be worth. So it may or may not cover the whole 50 points. May not be enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Charlie. Let me just clarify that it was me that came up with, I made that number arbitrarily, and I don't think anyone else had suggested that, and I certainly didn't read it in the staff report. It was just a number I was throwing out as a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good clarification on the method by which the bonus points are determined.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Commissioner Simons.
Hey, everybody. Well, first of all, thank you so much, both from staff and from the developer, for the excellent presentation. I feel like I'm really up to speed on this project. I'll just run down the great questions we've been provided first. On the parking, I don't really see any information the applicant could provide that would make me interested in doing more parking. Today's Earth Day. Happy Earth Day, everybody. And I think Emeryville, we're actually trying to be serious about this, about stopping climate change. And the way to do that is to do as little parking as possible. If this project doesn't work and we can do this amount of parking spaces, then maybe we need to let some people live here and do less office space. I want to make sure that this is a viable project with the rules the city has set out around parking requirements. Around the stormwater treatment, I don't think it's appropriate to include stormwater treatment areas in open space calculations. I think I'm okay with the art walk. For me, one really important aspect of open space is sunlight. This strikes me as a rather dark canyon. I know when I'm choosing open space to go to in Emeryville, I'm choosing nice, bright, sunny places because I live in an apartment like many other people in Emeryville. I don't see this as a space that I'm really going to use. So I'm actually interested, open to the idea of using remaining bonus points by converting LiveWorks units to affordable units. I think it's really important that this is kind of up to the developer to name a number. If you were to say, ask me what number we should name, I'd say let's make them 41 out of 41 affordable units. I think it's really up to the developer to give us a number here. And I'd also happy to be very flexible. Maybe the developer could provide project room key type money to the city, in a one-to-one. We get a hotel room 5 or 10 years or whatever until an affordable unit becomes available. So I'm happy to be very flexible, but I think we just need a lot more information on what you're proposing. So I think I don't have any big issues related to the undergrounding. It sounds like we need more information before you can really get too far there. I'm very interested in the Village Green idea. Obviously, that's west facing. It would be nice and bright, sunny. It seems to me that the open space here is sort of tucked in between many of the buildings, and it's definitely not as nice as many open spaces that have been built as part of projects in Emeryville. So I'd be very interested in other options. And just on other comments, like other commissioners said, I think there's no reason for this building to not follow all the sidewalk rules, all the kind of basic stuff we've all agreed on for how we want development to happen in Emeryville. And I'd like to see the next proposal make sure they're following, the parking bays, that's the sidewalks, these just sort of simple yes or no things. I think those are all very important to me. Thanks so much. You're muted, Christine.
Chair Thompson, are you?
Thank you. Yeah, sorry that, the train going by. Thank you, Commissioner Simons. Commissioner Zepko?
I feel like my fellow commissioners have already touched on everything that I wanted to mention, so no more questions.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to run down this list as well. I think I wanted to thank staff, Maru, for the presentation, thank the applicant for the presentation. It's great to get into this and to really be able to consider this site. So a lot of good information presented. I did want to note that similar to Commissioner Keller's comments, there's a lot to like about this proposal, about this site and the idea of redevelopment in this area. So I think overall positive about bringing this site forward and seeing a concept for it. In terms of responding to the questions, the applicant around parking, I at this time, I find that the information on how this project contributes to the transit hub and how transportation is being thought of as a system within the city of Emeryville is insufficient. So I don't really understand even the dynamics of how this is fundamentally supporting a transit hub, how it's fundamentally supporting bike travel, walking, and then on top of that, the role of parking. In terms of this city's calculation, as my question noted, I see the difference between the city straightforward calculation about what's appropriate for a transit hub. It diverges significantly, and I don't have enough information from the applicant. So I think at this time, I need a lot more information. Number two, does the commission think it's appropriate with stormwater treatment? I agree with many of my commissioners that I would not like to see the stormwater treatment areas included in the open space calculations. Question number three about the art walk. I do like the concept of the art walk, but I also share some of the hesitation around the circuitous route. I see some of those areas as narrow and potentially dark, but I can't really tell. And I would also acknowledge that the existing building is actually quite sophisticated with the way that it uses natural light to enter the building, a very significant north wall of windows that potentially could be quite dark. So I think the art walk in itself is a great concept as it's realized. Right now, I'm not particularly fond of it, and I'm not sure that it would qualify for bonus points. The other question about live work units to affordable units, I know that Emeryville is searching for affordability, but I think everyone in the Bay Area is also searching for unit creation. And this would do nothing towards that. There would be no new units created as part of this. And so I would not support changing the status of these units as they exist. Number five, in terms of the obtaining bonus points by undergrounding, I do think that is positive, and that would add to the quality of Emeryville, so I would support that. And the Village Green, again, I think it's interesting. I'd like to know more about it. I don't feel like it's sort of an integrated idea at this time. So if it were, it could potentially be great. It could potentially not be great. I can't tell at this time. And then in terms of the overall project design, I did indicate that I would like bird safe guidelines considered. I'd like a little greater attention to the design guidelines and some more information about sustainability features and other details of the design. But I think first to address Commissioner Keller's comment about the industrial aesthetic, I agree. I don't find this particularly industrial. And so there's a question there. I do find some of the compositional qualities of it and the window boxing attractive, but I don't find it particularly industrial. And so a consistency with the general plan, I think, is very important. So I think that, again, it should be revisited and advanced. So those are my comments. I wanted to see if there are any other comments that have come up in the interim. Are there any other commissioners wishing to speak? Commissioner Keller?
Yeah, I just want to bring the attention or question the commissioners that are here because in part of their presentation, they were saying that they didn't see the art walk as so much as a bicycle route, but a pedestrian. And I think I made a clear case of how we need and how the general plan requires that we break up this block, but I didn't hear a lot of support from the commission that they understand this is a general plan guideline and that what they're proposing for the art walk doesn't work for bikes, even in their own admission. So I like the art walk. I think it's fine if they want to put it in there. I still think we need to cut this block in half. The passage needs to be available 24/7, and it needs to accommodate bikes and pedestrians. And if the other commissioners don't agree on that or support that, I need to understand why and how they justify that their belief that it isn't necessary goes along with the guidance of the general plan.
I can mention that briefly.
Yeah, in terms of the conversation, I mean, I think I agree with Commissioner Keller that we do have to meet the general plan, and there is a directive around reducing the block size. And so I think that, and I think what I'm not certain about is if that is the only way to do it. So I think that's been my perspective. Other commissioners may have different opinions. Commissioner Simons?
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I'm definitely supportive of proposals aligning with all the rules we in our democracy agreed on, laid out in the general plan, for all the guidelines, and would hope that next time this comes before us, it'll follow all the general plan guidelines around sidewalks and breaking out the big blocks and all the other things.
Commissioner Simon's a little hard to hear.
He said he supports
sorry, just saying.
Okay.
But yeah, do we support following the general plan guidelines which we've all agreed on?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Vice Chair Young.
Yeah, I just also wanted to make a little remark as far as like the glass and that kind of steel play on what's going on. There's a lot of neat projects around in Emeryville, and it's just one of the neat things that we could do is when you do update it, look at the massing is great. I mean, the massing that makes a lot of sense. It's just maybe how to articulate the windows, how to articulate the bays, how to really tie possibly how to tie the loft building to this building, or find relationships between the two buildings would be kind of a neat solution. There's a lot of opportunities there, and we do like to have, modern doesn't have to be international style. It can be very Georgian, or even older style, and have a sense of a feeling to it. So definitely open yourselves up to a lot of fun and opportunity there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zepko? Okay, I will take that as that there is no additional comment.
Chair Thompson, I would just like to say one final thing. I want to make sure that the commission is clear on the point about the affordable units, the proposal to get bonus points from converting some of the units in the existing building to affordable units. Mm-hmm. That would require the use of the so-called flexible community benefit, because that is not a community benefit that is explicitly spelled out in our planning regulations. But the flexible community benefit does allow the applicant to propose anything that they wish to propose, which is what this falls under. But in order to use the flexible community benefit, the city council has to approve the entire project. So if they are to go that route, then the planning commission will become advisory, and the city council will become the decision-making body on this project. So I just want to make sure that the commission and the applicant and everyone is clear on that.
Thank you for that clarification. That is an important piece of process.
Yeah.
Okay. So I did want to ask the applicant if they have gotten enough information and answers to their questions.
Hi, I think that we've gotten a lot of information and a lot of good comments, and I don't think there are any outstanding issues. I'm going to let the rest of the team ask if there are, but I think we have plenty to chew on.
Are there any other applicant members wishing to speak? Okay. Well, I wanted to thank you again for the presentation and for the work on this project.
Pleased to be here and look forward to other discussions. Thank you.
Great. So we are going to move on to the next item on the agenda. Yes.
I was just going to suggest, could we take a couple of minutes so I can both call back Commissioner Mendez and also remove the applicant folks from the screen?
Sure. That makes a lot of sense.
And I could use a restroom.
Yeah, why don't we take a break? how about a 3-minute break?
Okay, very good. Thank you.
welcome back, Commissioner Mendez.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
So Charlie, do we have commissioners back?
I believe we.
Are we missing one, perhaps?
Let's see, who are we missing? Missing.
Commissioner Simon's not here.
Yes, he is.
Simon is here. Zepko?
I'm here.
Commissioner Zepko, right. Do not see Commissioner Zepko. Attendees.
And Charlie, our previous public speaker is still on.
I know.
Okay, it's gone now.
I can't figure out how to make that disappear. I tried. Said if I removed him, he would be removed from the entire webinar and would not be able to return. So,
not good.
Yeah, one of the mysteries of Zoom. But he seems to have been removed anyway.
Yep.
I don't know what happened to Commissioner Zepko. I can try texting her again.
Yeah, I would say just let's do some due diligence to text her, but I don't necessarily need to hold up the meeting, so we can reconvene at 8:58 officially. So we're moving on to on the agenda. 8.2, the 65th Street multi-unit residential. And is there a staff presentation for this project?
Yes, Navarre Oaks will be making the staff presentation.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. I'll bring up that presentation right now. Are you able to see the presentation?
No.
Well, try that again.
Yes, got it. That looks good.
All right, good stuff. All right. So yes, tonight I'll be presenting on 1225 65th Street. The applicant Moshe Dinar and property owner Ethan Maganas are also present this evening and would like to present to the Commission. So here's the project location between 65th Street and Peabody Lane. This is just east of the Greenway. So the proposed project is for a 24-unit residential project with 15 two-bedroom units and 9 3-bedroom units. The last session of this was held in October of 2015, and many things were worked out between that time and this time, and there were in particular issues with access to fire and Peabody Lane. Those have been worked on and resolved during this time period. So at the last study session, the majority of commissioners expressed support for a setback variance on the west side. We'll be talking about that a little bit more later on. And the commission's suggestions included active pedestrian-oriented uses on the ground floor, simplifying internal routes between units, and a traffic study to include parking and traffic impacts along Vallejo Street and Peabody Lane. So here is a screenshot from February 2020 of the property. And here's what's proposed for the project. So big changes from October 25, or 2015 rather, are that there's no longer vehicular parking minimums. The spaces in the project proposal have been reduced from the original proposal of 42 to the current proposal of 29 vehicle spaces. And the development bonus system has been amended, and half of bonus points must be earned by providing in-project affordable units, and we'll later on as well. So other changes in the project itself are more family-friendly design features since the commission has last seen this project. Bicycle parking has been revised. There have been building and fire comments that have been addressed. Sidewalk improvements have been demonstrated. and floor area has been reduced. While it's still slightly over the maximum FAR, it has been reduced from the previous proposal. So the previous proposal is above and the current proposal is below for the 65th Street facade. There's not really a lot of changes here, just the renderings have been updated a little bit, and you can see in the bottom one that the proximity to the adjacent building is shown in a dotted line. And so the Peabody Lane facade, so this would be what many would consider to be the back side of the building. This would be the south side. Then here's the west elevation. The main difference in this from the previous renderings, or elevations rather, is that it demonstrates what it would look like with the details of common open space and the central courtyard. And then this is the biggest change, the east, I have this backwards, I apologize. The west side. This is the side of the building that faces the adjacent property that has the building along the property line. Previously, it was supposed to be open, and now the proposal is to be completely closed. And the reason for that is for fire safety. They cannot have it open to an adjacent building. There has to be a solid wall. So I apologize, this says east elevation. This is actually the west elevation. So here's the proposed ground floor. It has the parking in the base, and it has on the right of your screen would be 65th Street, and the left of your screen is the Peabody Lane. So 65th Street is the main entrance to the building, sidewalk improvements, and Peabody Lane to the south has stormwater treatment and other landscaping. Podium level, so the second floor, has the common courtyard in the middle, and then 8 units. And then the following units, the third and fourth levels, also have 8 units. So changes to the 2-bedroom design are minimal from last time. They incorporate some more family-friendly features. Those are focused around the entryway to make stroller storage and closet access easier, and changing where the washer and dryer location is to facilitate a linen closet. And the 3rd-bedroom design is similar as well. And again, the changes are around that entry area to provide better access. You don't have to go around a corner to access that storage space. So again, here's the 65th Street rendering. And here is the design palette that the applicant is proposing with wood and porcelain tile cladding, large metal screens for color accents at the central courtyard. So again, here's that shot of current conditions along 65th Street, and then the proposal would be to completely redo curb, gutter, and sidewalk. This would most likely necessitate the removal of the existing street tree. The replacement would be 3 street trees, and also the undergrounding of the utility in front there would be, it's required to be undergrounded as part of this project. Public art would also be incorporated along the facade of the building. So for the general plan, this is a medium high density residential area, and for zoning it's consistent, and it's also part of the North Hollis overlay. In this area, you can have a maximum of 1.6 FAR with a bonus, and the proposal, it just goes over that, so they need to reduce it slightly. The residential density is a maximum with a bonus of 24 units, which the applicant is proposing. The maximum building height is 55 feet, and the applicant is proposing 42 feet, which is over the base, but not hitting that maximum 55. So 100 bonus points are required for this project because of the FAR and because of residential density. Those 100 bonus points, as I mentioned earlier, half of them have to come from affordable housing. There's a formula for breaking down how many units at what income levels. So it would be a total of 4 units, 1 very low income unit, 1 low income unit, and 2 moderate units. And then the other 50 points, the applicant is proposing to come through family-friendly design because all of the units incorporate family-friendly design, and all of the units are 2 or 3 bedrooms. So for parking, as you know, there are no parking minimums. There's a parking maximum for vehicles of 32, and the applicant is proposing 29. For bicycle parking, there's 24 long-term and 1 short-term spaces that are required. The applicant is proposing 9 long-term and 9 short-term spaces, and an additional 18 spaces that are a little bit ambiguously designed at this point, but could be modified to meet the long-term bicycle parking requirements. For setbacks, all of the setbacks for front and side and rear are met except for the west side. And that was where the applicant is requesting a variance for a special circumstance of having an adjacent lot line building. And so having the setback of 3 feet would just create a long dark corridor. It would not facilitate light and air, as is generally the intent. Open space, the amounts of open space provided both for common and for private are exceeded. And then 10% of the lot area must be landscaped, and applicant just goes over that requirement. So landscaping details have been provided since the previous time the Planning Commission has seen this project. I know this is a lot of just numbers and letters, but here is the plant palette that goes along with that. For the courtyard, it has to be open on both sides of windows and for living rooms and other habitable rooms. And the minimum width of the court must be equal to the height of the exterior wall opposite of these windows and to any of the units. And the courtyard must be open to the sky. The courtyard does, as proposed, meet all of these requirements. And here's that courtyard. You can see the previous version was in black and white. It was a little bit more rudimentary. They fleshed out that design a little bit more. As they show the planting palette, there's trees now and children's play area and a pergola shaded area for seating. And here is a rendering of that central courtyard. And you can see in the back that perforated metal design element that so findings that are required. This requires a conditional use permit for going over the base of FAR and the base of dwelling units per acre. So that also requires development bonus findings. Brand new building requires major design review. And of course, there's also the variance findings I previously mentioned. So staff comments are the FAR, of course, needs to be reduced to the maximum of 1.6. It's a small amount of square footage. Design modifications and details such as for bicycle parking and courtyard design are needed. A discards plan needs to be revised and street and sidewalk improvements are required. So tree removal permit, utility wires to be undergrounded, and also a fire hydrant. So there's several issues to be considered by the Planning Commission tonight: development bonus points, design, setbacks, and findings. I'm going to turn off my sound because I'm having some background noise, but I'm available for questions.
Great, thank you, Navar. Are there any staff questions from commissioners? Commissioner Mendez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Navar, for the presentation. I just have a question about the bicycle parking. You said that it was reduced, but then there was about 18 ambiguous spaces. Can you explain what you mean by that?
I had a little bit hard time hearing your question. I apologize. Hold on just a moment so I can try and turn up my audio. I'm sorry, can you restate that? I apologize.
Sure, no problem. Can you hear me now? Okay, so my question was about the 18 ambiguous bicycle spaces. Can you give a little bit more information on that and what you mean by ambiguous spaces?
I apologize again. I have 2 babies crying in the background and it's very difficult to hear.
No problem. Does anyone else have a problem hearing me or?
No, you're coming through fine, but Navar, your microphone also cuts out. So I'm wondering if you're having computer problems.
I apologize for that. You were asking about the bike parking. Is that correct?
Right, about the 18 ambiguous spaces that you said. Can you just clarify what you meant by that?
Yeah, so the applicant is proposing, am I still on screen share? Are you able to still see my screen? Okay, great. So, and are you able to see where my cursor is?
Yep.
Yes.
So proposing on each of the residential levels 4 bicycle parking spaces and a little nook kind of overlooking the courtyard behind that design feature of the perforated metal, and also 2 in the corner. There's not enough explicit details to make this be long-term bicycle parking. It's not covered, it's not secured, but there's enough space to modify the bicycle parking to make it meet those guidelines to be long-term bicycle parking. It just hasn't been shown yet. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Hear me? Did my mic cut out?
No, we can hear you.
You're good.
You're fine. Yeah. Thank you, Navar.
Great. Commissioner Simons?
Thank you. I have a more general question, just because they're still relatively new to the Planning Commission. Is it appropriate to ask the developer about the speed at which they plan to start? I feel like that's going to be relevant given the project to the west that just that permit for a very long time and appears to have done not very much.
I'm sorry, can you say what that question was again? It was...
Sure, like how quickly they plan on beginning building the project and getting people in there to live there?
So
that would definitely
information.
Applicant, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I will ask them that then. Thank you.
Vice Chair Young, do you have a question at all? Okay.
I don't think he knows he's muted. Tito, you're on mute.
Am I mute now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Oh my gosh. It's all these technical stuff. So Navarre, can you just a little bit elaborate more on the 0 lot line? Is that a 0 lot line? How is that pressed up against the metal building? Is this new building pressed up against the other building? What is it really doing? Can you kind of describe that better?
Yeah, sure. So in the existing, let me go to the rendering. That's probably the easiest.
Yeah, Navarre, they don't have a site plan that shows this relationship, do they?
It's I was looking for that actually.
Yeah, well, it could be a little bit clearer. I see what you're saying. Yeah. So when you look at the existing building here, you can see there's a solid facade. That is right on the property line. It's like right next to it. And then what they're proposing, you see that building right next to it towards the right of the image. They're proposing not having a 3-foot setback because
okay. So now is that 3 foot, is it a 1 inch setback? Is it a 0 inch setback?
It would be up to the building division. My understanding is there has to be a certain amount of wiggle room for building. Well, that does not look good on.
Yeah.
There has to be a certain amount of wiggle room for buildings when there's earthquakes. So it's determined by the building division, but something like 6 or 8 inches, something very minimal to make sure the buildings don't hit each other. But essentially they would be next to each other.
Okay, and then it would be capped off on the ends and the top, so it's closed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so here's the elevation. I apologize, ignore the east. This is west, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
It'd be solid. And that's, again, a fire requirement. If you have buildings right next to each other, you can't have openings in those buildings. So that makes sense. And then if we go to maybe a podium level here, if you look towards the top of the screen, that side, and it says rear setback, and there isn't one. But what it's showing is that the west side of this corridor is closed, but the corridor is open to the courtyard. So it's like kind of a semi-open area. It's not a fully enclosed connection between these two sides of the building.
So it's like an outdoor hall, isn't it? Kind of in a way.
That sounds good.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing that I think might be a little bit misleading is one of the renderings that shows the courtyard, I believe shows like a sky in the background. But
yeah.
What really is the building next door. Yeah, that is not sky back there. That is the building next door.
Correct. Thank you, Charlie. That's accurate.
Okay, that needs to be delineated. It needs to be drawn to show what it looks like. But okay, thank you very much. Wow.
So, yeah, Commissioner Chafe is not here. Commissioner Keller, you have some questions?
No, it is just more to clarify the same thing because this image and also the plans are very confusing. It's not just the one where you have the east-west confused because so they're suggesting putting this tower that will hold the bikes on the west side of the building. Is that correct? Okay, because to me it looked like it was on the east side, mainly probably because I was seeing sky here and not a building. So can you go back to any of the podium levels, even the one above there that shows the courtyard?
That one would work.
Yeah. So what we're looking at here, so show me the courtyard area and the eastern wall, because what I'm looking at looks solid. So in this rendering right here that we're looking at, podium level, don't need to go to another slide. Okay, well you can.
Go back, or you can, but go back. There, stop there, there.
Okay. So on the bottom of the screen, which would be the eastern wall, that wall right there looks solid. Is it not solid?
It's open.
Okay, because every rendering that shows on this plan looks solid.
So there's.
So they just need to clarify this.
For a moment. Oops, sorry, that did not work.
This isn't your problem. This is the architect's.
This is their problem. This isn't your problem. This is drawn. This has to be. It is really confusing.
That you labeled as west elevation. That's really east elevation. That one.
This is supposed to be east.
Okay. And so what we're seeing as the brown bars going across, those are like catwalks going across an open space.
Yes, except that there's a solid wall behind them. So that's also a little bit confusing in the representation here.
If there's a solid wall behind them, how is it open to the east? It wouldn't be enclosed.
So you're looking into the courtyard from the east side here, right? So
right.
Side that you're staring at, and there's a solid wall.
Show me with your pointer.
West side of the catwalks, because there cannot be openings to the west side of the building that has a shared, that's on the property line with another building.
No, I'm talking about the east side. It's open on the east.
The lower drawing is the current proposal, right? The upper drawing is the previous.
For the west wall. For the west wall.
No, for the same wall.
East wall.
So we're looking at the east elevation right now. I just relabeled it.
Only look at the bottom drawing. Don't look at the top drawing.
Okay, so that's the bike tower that's parking the bike lockers, right? Yes. And isn't that on the side next to the Baker Metal building?
Right, so you're looking at it through the building from the
Okay.
So,
I'm looking in through the depth of the courtyard to the west side. This isn't the actual. Okay, I got that now.
Right. Okay. So if we look here, we're looking in to. This is the bike tower, but I like that name.
Gotcha. And so the bottom part of the courtyard is open. So if you go to the eastern side, take your right there. That's all open.
It's open.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I was very confused about.
I'm glad we walked through that. That was good.
And Navarre, quick clarification as to how far off the property line that side is, the open side.
Right.
Can you tell me how far?
I believe it's either 3 or 5 feet because there's a egress on that side of the building. I might not have included that clearly in the presentation. It's absolutely in the plan set. It shows, here we go. So here along the bottom here is, yeah, I can't read it on here. It's either 3 or 5 feet. That it's
okay.
And the parcel to the east is currently vacant. It serves as a parking lot for the building that's catty corner across 65th and Vallejo Street. But in the future, a building could possibly be built on that building next door. So this building has to comply with the required setback in the event that there might be a future building built to the east.
Okay, so then it would be a minimum of 3.
Yes. And you also, of course, wouldn't be able to see the east elevation of this building if a new building were built next to it.
Right, and so the courtyard would effectively get closed.
On that side, yes, right.
Yeah.
Unless the new development add a courtyard equal to that. Which
Sure.
we could kind of ask that they do that, if but that ever comes to pass.
Yeah.
That's one question
Okay.
I had, thanks.
Okay, great. Commissioner Zepko, do you have a question for staff?
So I just wanted to quickly clarify that the building is set back at its closest 4 feet on the east side and at its deepest over 6 feet.
Okay. Okay, thank you. So I think that's the last of the staff questions. Thank you, Navar. Any final question from a commissioner?
Will people be able to, that parking looks really tight. Is that just because those dimension lines, I guess, are?
Is there an
hard to read?
applicant presentation as well?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
Great, we'll quiz them.
Yeah, but the parking, it appears the parking does comply with the minimum dimensions that are required by the planning regulations.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right.
So at this time, I will elevate our applicants to the panel so they can speak.
Thank you, Charlie.
All right. Here we go. So if the applicant is ready, you can go ahead and address the commission.
Members of the commission, my name is Moshe Dinar. I'm the architect for the project. I'm also the applicant. Attending with us is the owner, Ethan Maganas, and my project architect who will be handling the drawings, Chinar Desai. Chinar, can we have the front perspective, please?
You can share your screen and show your presentation.
Chinar, can you? Oh, there it is.
There he goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so this is a composite drawing that shows the architecture of the building. It also shows the existing site and the site plan location. Can we go to the front perspective, please? The next sheet. The building is designed to, one, create a sense that this is a series of elements that represent residential, so that it is a tripartite elevation. It has the base, which is a little more solid. It has the garage. It has the middle section, which has the units, and the living rooms are projected out. The bedrooms have balconies, but the balconies can be accessed from both the living rooms and the bedrooms. The entire top level is set back, and above it is an overhang which kind of unifies the entire building, has 3 openings to the sky to bring in light, and is finished with wood in a much warmer materials on the interior face of the overhang. And similarly, the entrance has the elevator lobby going up 4 stories and has a similar entry statement, but in going in the other direction. The materials are cement plaster panel, also hand applied steel trowel, very smooth cement plaster, which is shown in the white. The green is the panels, and there's the wood, and the balconies are a composite of partly glass and partly wood. The wood is not is a wood that is specially treated, so it is very resistant to moisture and will not show the discoloration that is commonly shown on some of the buildings that have been built lately with wood on the outside. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the courtyard, and I do apologize. This is an error that was pointed out and has not been corrected. Navarre is correct, and the commissioners, you are absolutely correct. The element that stores the bicycles on each bridge is on the west side. Therefore, there's a wall behind it, and this
charger out of my phone
situation will be corrected immediately. Again, the exterior. I did the same thing. What we wanted to do is we wanted to turn the units so that they have privacy, so they are not ever have to face a blank wall in the event that another building is built on the other side. And by doing that, we were able to have a very generous courtyard with space for children to play, lots of planting and landscaping, a little pergola for people to sit. And we tried to make kind of a design element out of we have 4 bicycles at each level on the bridges, so that some people can park in the basement and leave their bicycles there. Some people can take their bikes with them, and instead of having to take them into the unit and just leave them in the living room, they can put them in these enclosed elements, which are finished with perforated metal screens in different colors. It was an idea to make the bridges a little more interesting, but as Navarre pointed out, and by the way, we really want to thank Navarre because she spent several years with us working on this project and helping us, is to have this possibility of we also have sunshades and a variety of other elements. All the balconies are not one material. They're all split, part wood, part metal. In the front, they're part wood, part glass. Next, please. This is I don't think, next please, next slide. We had an egress problem because we were not allowed by the owner of the Peabody Lane to egress from the back. So consequently, everybody was exiting from the east corner and creating a lot of problems due to fire and requirements. So we added another stair, which is right at that location. And so the building now has 3 stairs and has many ways to access the units so that the circulation is now cut. And by the way, in response to one of the commissioners, yes, all of these parking spaces are legal, 100% legal. They are separated by 24 feet. There is also 7 short-term parking spaces. Garage, bicycle spaces. And there's landscaping in the front, landscaping in the rear. We also met with the trash collection company to make sure that the trash is located in the ideal place for them. And we have reduced the parking from the original number of cars to the 29 cars based on the city's regulations. Next, please. Okay, this is the podium level, and as you can see, the units have been turned perpendicular to the direction of the site in order to create this courtyard, and in order to prevent the units from ever having to face a blank building on one side or in the future on the other side. Consequently, what you have is half the units look onto streets and half the units look onto courtyard. And all the units have balconies, all the units have decks, plus we have a very large courtyard, which renders this project very, very good in terms of open space. And all the units are two bedroom and 3 bedroom, and they've all been redesigned thanks to help that we got from Navarre for family friendly use. And this is one of the reasons why we have obtained these bonus points which we requested. Next, please. And the upper levels are similar, and all the other levels. Can you go ahead, Chinara, and can you show the sidewalk drawings in color, please? Oh, the sidewalk, yeah. So this is what the drawing up above shows the way the sidewalk is right now. And there is one tree that needs to be taken out. It's not in good shape. We are planning on putting 3 new trees. We're going to also have a landscaped area with a bench up against the building. And we have been working with renowned Bay Area artist John Tukey, and he is proposing 3 cylinders made out of ceramic with colorful drawings that are part of the ceramic cylinders. There will be 3 of those equally spaced along the sidewalk, as you can see in the small rendering. And this development is part of what we wanted to do to create a very people-friendly street level experience for this project. Next, please. No, this is incorrect. It needs to be reversed. And please, I apologize profusely for the confusion. It will be corrected. Yeah, can we see the materials, please? As you can see, we have a variety of materials. We have sunshades made out of metal that also give the windows some scale and a little more privacy. We were thinking that the element that screens the bike racks could be done in mesh that had different colors, so that it could be like a little visual element again, we have to make sure that the bikes are secure, and we are going to put gates on the opposite side so that they can be secure. We have a variety of planters. Some of the planters are filtering planters for C3, and some of the planters are not. The base of the building is finished in porcelain tile cladding, kind of a earth tone gray, and the other colors are self-explanatory, as well as the use of the wood that is specially treated so it does not decompose in the rain. This is basically what we have. We think we have a nice project. We've been 5 years in this process. So in terms of when some somebody asked when it was going to be built. We would like to start construction at the end of the year. If we can get, this is a study session, of course, our third, but if we can get an approval on the next one and move ahead with construction documents, we would like to start construction end of 21 or beginning of 22. And now my friend and also client, Ethan Maganas, would like to say a few words. Ethan, your mic is not on.
Yes, hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for seeing us again. We started 6 years ago. That was a long time ago. Back then there wasn't even any affordability issues. There was no any parking issues of any sort. So now Emeryville has changed a lot. And really we met with the commission twice already and really responded to their comments, your comments, whether it's the setback next to that big, huge blue building or the courtyard, the setting and what have you. We've been flabbergasted the last few years because we had to meet a number of times with plan checkers, building, safety, what have you. But believe me, we have been working very diligently because we wanted to build a long time ago. Unfortunately, time kills. And even though we spent so much time, crossing literally thousands of T's and thousands of I's, Navarre has been very, very diligent, particular, demanding, and we had to respond to everything, to all of those items. And time really catches up with you. Before you know, the cost of materials now, oh my God, lumber is double the price. Everything is up through the roof. And why are we so limited, for floor area ratio? You were just talking in the prior project that you have a floor area ratio of 4. And here we have 1.6. What is this? I mean, we want to build something a little bit larger to have larger units for the people who live in there, but we're limited. Anyhow, we're here to tell you we're glad to hear your comments. We're anxious to build. Hopefully, we're not going to be frustrated by this higher cost that we are confronted. I mean, there's also another issue with this undergrounding of the utilities because PG&E in its wisdom wants us to go beyond our frontage. They want us to go beyond. They have some cell towers right there overhead. So there's some difficulties and some high cost involved. So mercy. Thank you for listening to us. And we're looking forward to hearing your comments.
I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. So please.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation. Commissioners, are there questions? Commissioner Mendez?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. That was a really good presentation. I do have a couple of clarifying questions. One of them is about the trash room. So you did mention that you met with Waste Management and they helped you locate the trash room, but did they also help you size the trash room? And did they also recommend the number of bins that are in the trash room?
Yes, there's a standard.
Yes, they did.
Okay, and you are providing what they recommended for the size of the building?
We are providing what they recommended, yes.
Okay, and then my second question is more about the bike parking. Because I didn't see any large spaces for maybe cargo bikes. Are you planning on providing any bike parking for larger bikes?
Can you please clarify what you mean by larger bikes? I'm not sure
Yeah, so sometimes there's people that have like hookup on the back of their bike.
Thank you.
And this is to transport things, or sometimes it's an additional passenger, maybe sometimes their child. And so these type of bikes require a lot more space for those larger bikes. And so they can be a little bit more, hard to maneuver in really tight areas. So I was just wondering if you considered those type of bikes when you were
no, we didn't. We obviously followed the city requirements for bikes and bike sizes, and we are providing a variety of systems. We have the street bike, we have the short-term bikes, and we have, of course, the safety enclosed bikes. I believe that the spaces that are safety enclosed, maybe in the garage, could accommodate one or two of the bikes that you're mentioning. If we have the dimensions, we could certainly try to do that. I don't know. We haven't had to do that in other projects, but we certainly would like to know what suggestions you have, and we will follow them.
Okay, thank you. And I believe for right now, those are all my questions that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendez. Commissioner Keller?
Thank you. You guys have definitely made some progress, but I need to clarify the front facade. So if you have an image, either Navarre or the architect, that shows the, I think there was one that had two images, of before and after, or a previous and a current. So can we look at that? Because there's some discrepancies in what we're seeing, and I want to verify what you're planning. So
The front. You want to see the front?
Yeah. I don't know if Chinar or Navarre can share their screen.
Chinar, can you show the front elevation, please? Something must be happening with. Okay, here we go. No, the front. Excuse me, the front rendering.
Right. Okay. That, yeah. I thought there was one color that had two images. Yeah, that one. Okay, so the top. Oh no, that's the south and north. We could use this. Most of your elevations that you're showing on the 65th Street side look like this top image, which shows the small windows. But yet your floor plans and et cetera show a room in this space that is either a community room or study room. You have it titled two different ways. So what I just want to do is clarify for the commissioners what you're planning as you're rendering. So if you look at Chinar's picture on his image of himself, you can see that there are slits. And here there shows a big window and a door. So yeah, I know this is something Commissioner Donaldson had at the time, is that there was no street engagement.
Yeah, we don't.
So yeah, is this what we're going to look like? Is this what we're going to see in a completed building?
No, let me try to explain. The front elevation, which is the north on 65th Street.
Correct.
We had initially requested from our planner the possibility of having either a small community room or possibly a lounge that would open out onto the street where the artwork was and where there was a bench to sit down, in order to respond to comments made by commissioners at our previous hearing, saying that perhaps something that's more pedestrian friendly could be included on the first floor of the 65th Street. And we like the idea. The problem is that we are still showing it, but as Navarre pointed out, in order to fill the entire building with 2 and 3 bedroom units, we don't have any more FAR. And so at this point, this space has been called utility. I don't know if there is a way to discuss this point with the city or try to get some sort of a bonus to be able to open up that wall, because when we lost so many cars, we do have space in the garage that could be used for people. And it could have glass and openings rather than just a solid wall covered with a lovely tile. But I don't know. This is still hanging in midair. And if the commissioners would like to chime on it, I would love to hear it.
Okay, well, this is the image so when you guys come back, what I'd like to do is have that fleshed out, because this is the image I prefer. And I know, Commissioner Donaldson is no longer on the commission, but it was something that she definitely did not like about the previous one, is how there was this solid wall of garage parking and it wasn't very friendly. So if the commission could see this bottom picture, then if you can go back to your very first slide of the presentation.
Yeah, the rendering, Chinar.
Yeah, that one there. This is what we didn't like. How this is all blocked off and there's really no pedestrian engagement other than a parking garage, the door, and then the corner of it. So what I'm saying is whichever way you go, bring back to us. And what I'm saying is, and I could do this in the commissioner comments, but I'm just trying to clarify or ask for the commissioner myself, which one are you proposing, this or the one with the door to the street?
Well, we would very much like to have the one you like, because it's the one we like.
Okay.
And it's we seem to be allowing for additional floor areas. We seem to be allowing for additional units. We seem to be doing a lot for housing. And yet, when you get to something as simple as having a community room, the moment you make it count in the FAR, then you lose it, because all your FAR is going to go towards all those extra units that you're building. And especially if these units are family friendly, because if they're family friendly, they need to be bigger. They can't be too tight. They will have kids and strollers and whatnot.
We can talk about that in the discussion.
Yeah, I'd like to hold off and move to questions and answers.
Yeah, you answer the question. This is what you prefer. This is what I prefer. And so we go from there. Thanks.
Commissioner Thompson?
Yep.
Chair Thompson, I'm sorry, I don't want to belabor this point, but I do think it's important to clarify the FAR issue for the commission.
Thank you.
Floor area is the measure that FAR is used in measuring FAR is gross floor area. And gross floor area includes everything except parking and loading. So any kind of space in the interior walls and inside the exterior walls of the building except parking and loading counts as floor area. So it doesn't matter whether you call that space a community room or a utility room or storage, or whatever you call it, it's still floor area. So that distinction is somewhat irrelevant. It's still going to count as floor area. The issue about exceeding the FAR, well, they are already at the highest level of bonus FAR in this project. So they've really pushed the envelope on how much FAR in this particular neighborhood they're allowed to have. As you know, the FAR is specified in the general plan, and then it is incorporated by reference into the planning regulations. There are no variances from the general plan. The only way to increase the FAR here would be, or anywhere, would be to do a general plan amendment and a zoning amendment to increase the FAR at this location. The other alternative would be if we want to have floor area on the ground floor that faces the street, would be to eliminate 1 or 2 units from the top floor of the building. So I just want to clarify what floor area is and how it's calculated.
Thank you, Charlie. So back to the applicant questions. Commissioner Keller, you have additional questions?
Well, I just want to clarify that. So Charlie, when you say parking, is that vehicle parking or can it be bicycle parking? Can this thing become a bike room? It's parking.
That's a stump the planner question. The definition of FAR says except parking and loading.
Okay, well, parking doesn't specify that it's a vehicle, does it?
I guess not. I mean, I'd
Okay,
never.
And we're pushing for bikes as a vehicle source. So, okay, I'm just considering that as an option. I just wanted to ask that question. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you interpret it that way, this could be used for bicycle parking and then it wouldn't count as FAR.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Vice Chair Young, do you have any questions? You're on mute.
Okay, hi. Thank you for the presentation, guys. Thank you for trying to fix a couple places on these plans, though. But on that one elevation where it shows the screen bike racks, where you're looking toward that building and we see the sky in the background, those spaces, if you want to go to that slide, you can go to it. Yeah. So really what's there is a building that's butted up against this. Are you treating that wall that's not your building? Are you painting it, or is it their building and is it exposed to this facade? It's kind of a.
Yeah, I actually have a corollary question, and maybe this will clarify, is that my understanding at this point was that you actually, for fire reasons, you have to have a wall in front of that blank wall. Okay, so there is actually a wall that is your wall. Yep.
Yeah, in front of that wall, okay.
There's the building itself, which is also a solid wall after that.
Which we can try to finish in the most attractive way possible.
Good. Okay.
You're correct. You're correct. It's not. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not the adjoining building.
And so in your so-called beautiful manner, which you show it, it'll just tie the whole U-shaped together. Just tie it in, make it all work. All right. Now go to the front elevation for me, please.
Would you please?
The perspective or the
perspective.
The front perspective would be probably better. So that's kind of what you're looking at. There we go. So we have these holes, and they're aimed partially over a balcony, and they're aimed partially over the street. From the perspective, I can't tell what it's really doing. So, and we're assuming that there's flashing and stuff up there, so when it rains, it doesn't become a drizzle hole for the area below it. This roof is a parapet roof, or is it a slope roof? What's actually going on there? How are you making that work?
That roof is a horizontal extension of the roof membrane. It has roofing material at the top, and on the underside it has wood boards. I mean wood siding, and there's 3 holes in it.
There's 3 holes in it. Okay, and I think it's and those holes are aimed halfway to the balconies and halfway to the ground below, or are they aimed directly over the balconies?
They're the entire 4th floor on the front and on everywhere is a continuous balcony, continuous setback. We set back the units at the top, so in order to give the building a more pleasant scale.
Right.
So they that overhangs a little bit beyond the edge of the balcony, but not too much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm done with my questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Young. Commissioner Simons.
I don't have any questions. Any questions at this time. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Simons. Commissioner Zepko?
I also have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, great. I don't have any questions either. So I think this is, I wanted to move on to the time for the public comment on this item. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have begun submittal of your online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed by the city clerk to read your comments onto the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature visible on your screen, or if you're calling in, press *9. And the clerk will call at you at the appropriate time. Charlie, have you seen any comments received via the online comment card?
I do, as I said at the earlier in the meeting, I do have one online speaker card for this item. It is from Philip Banta, who I see is also among the attendees. So I don't know if Mr. Banta wants to speak. Looks like he does. He just raised his hand. So rather than read his online speaker card, I would just allow him to speak now, if that's all right.
Sure.
All right, go ahead, Philip.
Planning Commission members, hello, and Charlie and Navarre, nice to see you again. And I just want to compliment the applicant on their proposal. I think it's a very well-designed, handsome building. I'm an architect in Emeryville, and my client is the owner of the property adjacent to the applicant's property to the west. Sasha Shamzad is the owner, and our building is a so-called zero lot line adjacent to the applicant's property. I wrote a letter earlier, or rather an email, in which I requested that the commissioners reconsider their favorable disposition towards granting a variance to the 3-foot setback required on the side yards. And the reason for that is that we are hoping to have our building really be visible from all sides as a standalone building. We are zero lot line, so of course it's logical that the applicant would want to have their building be zero lot line as well. Why shouldn't they? It also, of course, makes it a bit easier for them to manage their interior design dimensions and so forth. Our building was approved for conversion from its current industrial state and shell to a residential work-live project many years ago. And at the time that it was approved, the client had to make a decision as to whether or not to tear the building down or to continue or to preserve it, conserve basically a vestige of the history of Emeryville. And he decided to take the extra expense to conserve it, to renovate it as is, and keep the shell, the original geometry. And part of that was the idea that at that time and now, as it is now, it is visible from all four sides, and it stands as an example of Emeryville's industrial heritage. With the applicant's building coming right up against our building, it detracts from that quality, from that value to the building. We can't move our building; it's there. They're building a new project, and we had anticipated that they would be following the 3-foot setback that would allow for us to maintain that integrity all the way around it. So I would just urge the commissioners to take a close look at that. I mean, it looks like they've got some FAR problems anyway. It might be that they have the room to shift their building a bit to the east.
That is the applicant. I mean, the speaker's 3 minutes, Chair Thompson.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there additional comments or speakers?
I do see another hand, Felicia Whitetalk. Right, go ahead. Yeah, there we go.
You own the parking lot next door.
Hi, everybody. Yes, we own the property actually that's directly to the east. And so I know our initial concerns had been the fact that there was, that the units actually seemed much smaller, and that the concept was that it was not as much family friendly as this one currently is. So we actually appreciate the amount of work that has gone into changing the project. And that we have, that there's more open space, and our only thought when we looked at the plans initially was there a walkway between our parking lot and the project? And it seems like there must be a walkway, and we're not sure if that was a fence that was put up there. But I know that there is a setback, obviously, that's on that from the eastern side where our parking lot is, which is for the commercial building, which is catty corner. That's it. We very much appreciate that. So this is you'll find this is much improvement to the project that was previously presented. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Are there additional folks raising their hands?
I do not see any more raised hands. Let me just double check my email. I have no additional online speaker cards, and I see no further raised hands.
Okay, thank you, Charlie. Hearing no additional requests to make comment, the public comment portion of the...
I'm sorry, somebody did raise their hand. This is Sasha Shamzad. Go ahead. You may unmute and speak. Mr. Shamzad, you may unmute and speak.
Coming. Hold on.
The guy next door.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Sasha Shamsad. I'm the property owner next door. I do appreciate the effort you guys putting into the project. I'd like to have you guys as a neighbor. I think whatever you do over there will be a good improvement to 65th Street. And it also, as he said, it has taken so long for us to get that corner taken care of. And it's almost happening. And we're hoping to come back and get started hopefully this year. One of the issues that I have, the setback, will cause me a tremendous amount of grief in terms of waterproofing, in terms of constructing the wall. And is there any way we could work that out so we can have the setback the way the code allows? Ours was built in 1900. Of course, there were no setback limit at that time. But right now, to allow another building with zero setback because we have it, it almost makes no sense. So either we're following the code or we are not. But I want to build the warehouse the way it was intended. And I need cooperation from you guys as well. And I need help because of waterproofing, constructing another wall next to it. It will be extremely complex, extremely difficult. And so if you could consider that as an option of some kind to work it out in terms of distance, to either he builds first, we build second, or that we construct our wall. So it's an issue that I want to bring up, and hopefully we can all hear it and discuss it later. Thanks. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further raised hands. And just checking one more time, I do not have any more online speaker cards. So it appears that all the public speakers who wish to speak have done so. You're muted, Chair Thompson.
Yep, sorry, train went by. Someone should do something about the noise. So hearing no additional requests to make comments, the public comment portion of this item is now closed.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to bring this item back to the commission for deliberation. And so don't know if there's anyone who wants to start. Commissioner Keller, maybe you go first.
Happy to do so. So overall, I like the project. I didn't dislike it when it first came out. I think it's been improved because of the family-friendly guidelines. The courtyard, I think, is really good. I think the tower area for the bike racks, I think you could actually even enclose for those and make them secure to each other. I have a bike locker myself. I keep my pump in there, my helmet. So something that is secured individual to me is good, and it looks like you can do that, and it looks like you may be able to make those a little taller. So a cargo bike is just what I call an SUV of bicycles. It's a longer bike that has something in the back that children ride on, or you carry parcels in. Commissioner Zoe has one of those, but she's not here to speak on that. So look into that. We can give you more information, but I think you need to provide parking for the cargo bikes. They're much more prevalent today than they have been in the past. So you need to familiarize yourself with that and make some parking for that. So I think that's those. I like the tower thing. I like the bike parking on those floors. I think that could work and give you the extra space. I'd like to see that ground floor used and opened up, that we don't have just a solid wall of slits for parking ventilation. So if that room could be turned into a bike parking or a bike, it can't be a bike shop, because then it becomes not parking and it becomes part of your FAR. So maybe that will help. I'd like to address the 3-foot issue. I like to hear that the owner is willing to do something. Maybe before you guys do your project, he can do his wall and make that complete before you guys go in. But I mean, buildings around the world, San Francisco, New York, build right up next to each other. So there are ways in which that construction can be done. So I think the 3-foot setback is, I approve the 0 lot line because this project is space constrained. And when you make family friendly spaces, you make bigger entries, you make bigger problems. And we're talking, so put in your mind a 3-foot setback. That's a yardstick. Okay. So this building is going to be 4 stories, almost as tall as the Baker Metal building. And a 3-foot setback, the minute you stand on the corner of Vallejo and 65th next to Oliver Lofts, you're not going to see any part of that building if it has a 3-foot setback. So having a 4-foot building either right up against the lot line or a yardstick away is not going to provide you a 3-dimensional view of this whole building. And that's going to be a blank wall anyway. So I think the key part of this building is the south, the north, and the west. And I think in order for us to get what City Council wants, which are family-friendly building units, there's not a studio or 1-bedroom in this project. We have to commend these people for doing that, because this city is famous for doing, a bunch of studio apartments. So I support the 0 lot line. Think of it this way: 3 foot from the visual aspect of seeing that other building is nothing. 3 foot from a bedroom. If you have a 10-foot bedroom and you now make it 7 feet, that makes a very big difference in a bedroom. So 3 feet inside this building is a lot more important than 3 feet on the outside of this building. So that's all I have to say is I support the 0 lot line concept. I don't think we're doing it because the building next door gets it. I think it's in order so we can max out this lot, put as many units in here, and bring more families into our community. So that's basically all I have to say. I like the project otherwise.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Navarre, is there a set of questions? This is a study session, and I think you had a set of questions.
Yes, let me bring that back up for you. Hold on a moment. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, because I don't know that I answered those. While she's pulling it up, the issues to be considered: development bonuses, satisfied with the proposal mixed use, 100% family friendly. So yes, I'm happy with that. I like the design. I'd like to see some fenestration in the front of the building that makes it more neighborhood friendly rather than just a brick wall or cement wall. So if we could add those doors and windows and make that space usable, I like that. Setback, I was clear on that, and I think we could make the findings. So yeah.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kelly. Commissioner Simons?
Hey, everybody. Thanks so much for everyone for bringing this project in front of us. I think this is exactly what many of us are hoping to see in Emeryville. I love the unit mix of all bedroom units. I think the setback seems fair and reasonable, and I have no concerns with that. I'm a little concerned about the expecting people to carry their bikes up 3 or 4 stories. That seems a little ambitious, but I'm sure people will do it. So maybe, and then having to lift a heavy bike up onto the wall. So maybe they could do some system where you can pull your bike up out of the way. I've seen a variety of options like that. But that's a very, very minor concern. I'm mostly interested in getting this built as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Vice Chair Young?
Yeah, thank you guys for again. Okay, so I was taking a look at the floor plans. The 2 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms make a lot of sense. I like the fact that as you enter the bedroom, as you enter the unit, you immediately have a kitchen available. You have a coat closet available. You walk in, you get a bedroom. You get a living room, and then off to the side you get your bedrooms. It's a plan that works. I can see the walk-in closets. I think a family would feel very, very nice here. Access to the balconies on all sides. I think it's a very nice solution in terms of the common landscaped levels. I think it's a really nice. I think it's a really nice space in there. I like it much better than the older one, which was this one. Definitely seems to read better. It has a far more usable area. A lot of room there. Kids can go in there and go to town. The 3 bedrooms are really nice. I just think they're nice and wide. You get a nice sized bed in there and all this other stuff. So I think it's a well-made plan. In terms of the setback issue, I kind of have to agree that it's probably not that much of a deal by setting this building back. That one building is steel, maybe does have that feel. I would really stress that, yes, to show this plan, showing your neighbor, because this is, because you are touching the wall. I think they in San Francisco, I think they would have you show 3 buildings to either side of your property, at least in Oakland. So you want to be able to show how that relationship is between your building and at least their building. So I think it could be really good and kind of clarify how this is going to work. And it would also, you'd have a neighbor that sounds very amiable in working with you. So I think it's something that you really want to take a look at and take advantage of, because it would make the project better, and you guys won't make sure you don't have any missed opportunities. In terms of
Vice Chair Young, quick question for you. In terms of that setback, do you support it or do you not support it?
If they can work with the neighbor I don't require it as being I would support it. Would not be needed to have that on there. So, okay, so you would. Am I clear?
You would support the 3-foot setback working with the neighbor?
With the neighbor, correct.
It sounds to me like Vice Chair Young would support the setback variance to not have a setback, provided they work with the neighbor on their building first.
Thank you, Charlie.
Is that right?
Okay. Thank you, Charlie. That's what Charlie speaks Titoese, so he gets it. Yeah, Charlie. Sorry, guys. Yes. So Charlie, you hit it right on the head. So if you want to write that down, I really, because I think the neighbors really, are really, because he's absolutely right. To tell you the truth, that building that neighbor's in is probably one of my favorite buildings in all of Emeryville. I really like that building, and not concerned that it would be covered up, because I think this building here is a neat improvement. I had to get with, I think the two actually could work with each other and be a, kind of have some color metal wise. I mean, he's got a lot of really great materials in here. Maybe there's a material he can steal off the other building to really tie it in. Okay, and then in terms of the parking garage, I mean, I was looking at it, and okay, meets the regulation. For some reason, when you drive into the garage, it just seems like, to me, when you drive in, you kind of hit a car almost like right in front. You almost have to kind of swerve out of the way. But if it meets the regulations and someone can actually get in there and clear those corners without snagging the trash, they can clear the corners without hitting anything. I think that's great. But I know that in my building, the bollards are pretty much wiped out, so they can just kind of clear those. And then I like the treatment of the stairways on the corners. I think they're smart in that triple stairway where you have quick access to all sides of the building. I think really makes a lot of sense. Good project, guys. It's smart looking, and I think it plays well. Okay, there's my comments, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Young. Commissioner Mendez.
All right.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the presentation. Let me see, I have some notes here, but as far as the issues to be considered, is the commission satisfied with having the proposed unit mix? I think, yeah, I'm satisfied with it. I'm really happy to see that this is a family-friendly development. That's something that we do lack in Emeryville, and I'm excited to see it go up and start getting built. I do appreciate that you went ahead and provided generous balconies. I'm always advocating for outdoor private space, and I think it's really smart that you provided some privacy within the balconies, because that makes the balconies a lot more usable for the tenants. So I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. As far as the design, does the commission have any feedback regarding the design of the overall project? The only design feedback that I would say is in agreement with Commissioner Keller, where maybe articulating the ground floor a little bit more. I would really want to push for that space in the ground floor so that it could open up to the pedestrian experience. It would just make it a lot better for the people walking by, and I think it would just make the project a lot better. So I think if you did make that into your bike parking storage area, it would be like basically you would, what do you say, kill two birds with one stone, because that would solve your bike parking. You would provide enough space for those large cargo bikes in there. And then also it would break up the facade, but it would be a really easy access for somebody to come in there, park their bikes, and then just go up the elevator or go up the stairs to their units. So I would encourage you to maybe look into that and explore that idea. And as far as the setbacks go, I'm also in agreement that I don't believe a 3-foot setback will be any benefit to the adjacent property. I almost feel like a 3-foot setback would cause just a dead space, an alley between these two buildings, and it would almost be just a scary space to try to secure. So it benefits this project a lot not having the 3-foot setback. Whereas if we were to have the 3-foot setback, it wouldn't be a great benefit to the adjacent property. So I propose that we, or I do support that we basically don't have the 3-foot setback at that facade. And then as far as does the commission believe it will be able to make the findings required for the project as discussed above? I think so. I think we will. One more comment that I forgot to mention on the design is that the courtyards, I encourage you to push it just a little bit more in making it more of a community friendly space by adding maybe like barbecues or adding some more gathering spaces in the courtyard. I just think it would make it a much nicer space and people would more likely use it and activate the courtyard. And that's about it for my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Mendez. Commissioner Zepko?
The benefit of going last is I feel like a lot of the really high level points that I was going to hit have already been hit. But so to just kind of quickly reiterate, I also really love the design of this new building. I think it's beautiful. To Commissioner Mendez's point, I also agree that just having that open flow with the pedestrians and making the most of that space. I like her idea about maybe killing two birds with one stone and kind of incorporating the bike rack area to that space as well. And regarding the setbacks, I'm kind of more along the lines of what Tito's was, where working perhaps with the neighbor. But I also kind of can understand where Commissioner Mendez is coming from as well, where it's like, just along the idea of like safety, like what are we really benefiting here? And like, what is the disbenefit to the adjacent property? Are things that maybe we would want to keep in mind. But overall, I do feel like the commission has the ability to find findings here with what was provided. And I think, thank you so much for the comprehensive presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Zipko. Great, so I'm gonna round out the conversation, and I think I do in general support a lot of the comments that have been brought up by other commission members. This is an excellent basically a set of 2 and 3 bedroom units, a mix that we don't see often. So in terms of addressing the development bonus points, the family friendly I think is a real asset, and I have seen the improvements with the refinement to the foyer and the ideas around the balconies. So I would support that. In terms of the design, I think I would confirm earlier comments about the ground floor and activation of the ground floor being very important. And so if the street can be thought of and we could use bike parking to activate that or some other use that doesn't run afoul of the FAR, that sounds like a great solution. In general, I do feel like it is well designed and has a look and feel which is quite attractive. The only thing I would say is that if the bikes are not secure, people will put them in their units. That is certainly what is happening in my condo apartment building. And so really, if that isn't secure, then it really has to be considered that the bikes will be in the building. They will be in the units. There are questions about what sort of incentive and disincentive of getting a bike to the top floor would be, and that's why it would be really great to have accessible bike storage on the bottom floor, and I know there is some planned. In terms of the setbacks, I too believe that the 3 foot will not give you very deep view around the building, the neighbor's building, and it will be a questionable long, narrow spot that might raise some safety issues. I do want the applicant, though, I do want to thank them for the presentation, but I also do want them to make sure that they are getting 100% of the requirements in their package. The fact that they haven't actually met the FAR yet, they do need to meet the FAR, and that should be in the package, taking into account the comments that you've heard today. Other things, just making sure that everything is clarified and updated, that would help the commission in terms of considering it again in the future. So those concludes my comments, and I just want to ask the applicant, have you received enough information from the commission?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, we have, and we thank you very much for your comments. They're actually excellent, and we learned a lot. Thank you. We'll incorporate those, and hopefully we'll be able to get approved soon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Navarre.
Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Chair, I think Navarre may have something to say.
Yes, but I just had a quick clarification, and I apologize for this. So the commission's suggestion was to use the bike parking to help activate the ground floor area, correct? How do you propose to do that and still have the bike parking be secure so that people aren't just looking in to the bike parking area? Did I just miss that? I apologize.
No, I mean, you could frost the doors if you need to not look into it, but there's at 4th Street, Berkeley and 4th Street, I forget the 4-knee, whatever. The windows are not clear. You can see into the bike room. I don't know why that would be an issue. It almost adds security. So, I mean, if the glass doors and windows are visible and there's bikes parking there, I don't have a problem with that, but you can also frost the windows if you think it's an issue. Myself, that's my opinion.
Yeah, and I think that what is desirable is that there would be people going in and out, and that it would be locked when people aren't going in and out, and so it would be secure when there weren't people around, but that it would be active at other times.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions, just in case? Okay, we do have one more item on our agenda. I know we have to get another commissioner back. Shall we take another 3-minute break?
Sure. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
The objective standards 8.3. Charlie, is there a staff presentation on this?
Yes, there is. Navar will be handling this item as well. I would just like to remind the commission that under your rules and regulations, you are supposed to adjourn by 11:30 p.m. unless a majority of the commission votes to extend beyond that time. So hopefully we can get through this item in less than an hour.
Sounds like a plan. Navar, if you'd like to start the presentation.
Sure. So actually, I will just be doing a brief introduction tonight for Jean Iceberg and Jane Lynn, who are consultants for this project. They will be doing the bulk of the presentation. Just as a little bit of background, recent state laws limit the city's ability to require certain multifamily and mixed-use residential development proposals to comply with subjective standards, regulations, and criteria. So instead, state laws allow projects to undergo streamlined review as long as they comply with objective development standards. So in December of 2019, the city was awarded an SB2 planning grant from the state for preparation of such objective standards. In June of 2020, the city issued a request for proposal, resulting in the selection of Lexington Planning as a consultant for the project, and staff is working with a consultant to review current documents, and our work on that is before you tonight and in the paper that you were provided. So Jeannie and Jane will be providing the presentation, and after the Planning Commission study session, a City Council study session will also be held, and this feedback will provide direction to staff to move to the next phase of the development of objective standards. And so that is my bit on this, and I believe both Jeannie and Jane are here.
Okay, I'll do the official. Are there any questions from the commission? If not, we will move on. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Chair Thompson, members of the Commission. I'm Jean Iceberg with Lexington Planning. I'm joined, as Navar said, by Jane Lynn with Urban Field Studio. I will try to keep this succinct. I know it's getting late and it sounds like you've got a deadline. So let me go ahead and share my screen. So I'm going to review the overview of the project, talk a little bit about the state law context. Jane will explain the local regulatory context, and then we'll summarize the key issues we've identified, recommendations for an approach, and a list of discussion questions for your consideration. So as Navar indicated, this project is funded by a Senate Bill 2 grant. What's important to think about here is that the purpose of this grant is to streamline housing approvals, facilitate housing affordability, and/or accelerate housing production. Our focus here is really about streamlining housing approvals through the preparation of objective standards. The way it is now, the city has a number of both objective and subjective standards on the books. And so we'll be looking to transform selected subjective criteria into objective standards so that the city can continue to apply those standards to projects that are undergoing streamlined review and maintain the high quality of housing and related public improvements that the city desires. Second, we're looking to simplify and clarify standards. So things like, our stormwater planters, usable open space, things like that. And then lastly, this project is looking to comply with recently passed legislation, which does limit the city's ability to use subjective review in certain types of projects. So the project is mostly going to apply to multifamily housing and residential mixed use, which means that there will be application to ground floor retail, but the project does not address 100% commercial projects or other non-residential projects. So our timeline, we have completed our review of the city's adopted policies. We've done a few stakeholder meetings, both with city staff and with applicants, architects, developers who frequently use the code. So that's culminated in this issues and options paper that was attached to your packet. And here we are today at a study session. So we'll be coming back to you based on your feedback and the council's feedback, coming back to you with a framework and a set of draft standards. We'll be testing those standards on prototypical sites and then coming back to you for a study session before we draft the ordinance later this year. So what are objective standards? This is the definition on the screen from state law. Essentially, these are standards that are uniformly verifiable, do not involve any subjective judgment, uniform benchmarks, and knowable by the applicant prior to submittal. So if we think about things like conditions of approval that get applied to projects, knowable prior to submittal means that those standard conditions need to be knowable, but other special conditions may be more difficult to apply. And so when we think about the city's development standards, those are really clearly objective standards: height, FAR, front setbacks, things like that. What are subjective are the standards that are more related to character or context, where there's interpretation involved. So starting with state law, there are a number of recent and laws that have been on the books for many years that relate to objective standards. So first we have the Housing Accountability Act, which says that limits the city's ability to deny or reduce the density of a project or makes it infeasible housing development projects that meet objective standards without making specific findings. And under state law, those findings are if the project will have an adverse impact on public health and safety. And so that's different than the city's own subjective findings, which in the case of Housing Compatibility Act projects did not come into play. Second, more recently, about 3 years ago, the legislature approved Senate Bill 35, which is a streamlining for certain types of projects that meet affordability criteria. At this time, that means in Emeryville, at least 50% of the units would need to be affordable to low-income households. Such projects that meet certain physical requirements could undergo the streamlined review, which means they're subject to ministerial approval within a certain time frame. So, for example, the 3600 San Pablo Avenue project is an example of that type of streamlining. And then lastly, we have Senate Bill 330, which amended a number of different sections of the government code and addressed a number of different items. And so for our purposes, just a few of them are on the screen here. First and foremost, it prohibits jurisdictions from imposing subjective design standards established after January 1st of last year. And so cities can continue to create new objective standards, but cannot create new subjective design standards. We believe we can still enact new design guidelines and continue to enforce ones that were on the books prior to that date. Second, the changes from this bill limit downzoning. So if the city was to, say, want to reduce the density in a certain location or a certain district, they would need to, in parallel, upzone another district or location. Third, it applies a 5-meeting limit to certain types of projects in terms of decision-maker hearings. And then lastly, it identifies demolition and replacement requirements if dwelling units are being demolished as part of a project. So the important thing that all these laws have in common is their applicability to housing development projects, which the state defines as projects with residential units only, mixed-use developments with at least 2/3 residential floor area, and transitional housing or supportive housing. So when these types of housing development projects meet objective standards, that's when most of these streamlining eligibility come into play. Okay, I'm going to pass the mic to Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studio, who's going to go through Emeryville's regulations and the relationship here.
Thanks, Jeannie. I'm sure all of you are quite familiar with this, but this is just a review and hopefully a way of understanding all the regulation and procedures that have to do with projects. And so the city's regulations include the general plan, design guidelines, planning regulations, and district plans. The regulations fall into these following categories, and they get more specific as you go down. This is really typical policy structure, and it's something that's consistently applied across all jurisdictions. So it complies with state law, which requires consistency between the general plan and the zoning ordinance. We have here the goals and policies. Those are the broadest description of vision and intent. And they aim to implement goals and provide direction for guidelines and standards. Goals and policies are found in the general plan and district level plans. And then we have design guidelines. Guidelines are a statement of design intent. Design guidelines may contain both objective and subjective standards, but typically address elements of design that are subjective and therefore may be met by applicants in various ways, as we have seen tonight. And so that, and then we have standards. Standards are required regulations and are typically objective. They're found in the planning regulations and occasionally in the general plan, citywide design guidelines, and district level plans. And then on this next slide, we also have, we have all of those and also conditions of approval. Conditions are applied to individual projects to ensure that the regulations of other departments in the city, as well as other regional and state laws, are applied to a project through a building permit and construction process. As you can see on this table, this is summarizing all the planning policies and procedures and whether or not they're generally objective or subjective. So that's what this table is about. On the next slide, you know the general plan quite well, but just to review, that California state law requires that each charter city, like the city of Emeryville, adopt this and keep it updated, and it articulates the vision and community character. And some of the policies can be construed as subjective, and as a result, they may not be able to be applied to housing development projects seeking Housing Accountability Act or SB 35 approvals. Next, we have the zoning, known as Title IX planning regulations. And this is primarily objective standards that regulate uses and development. So that's the density and height and parking requirements and design standards that you're all quite familiar with. And so this also includes the local density bonus program, and that provides a menu of options, also an objective standard in a way that we look at things. And then next, I'm going to just give a brief overview of the plans and programs. The city has adopted several other plans in recent years that affect development projects, and in which, you know, you've all been reviewing, referring to as you review project applications. We're not proposing to change any of these as part of this project, but they're really important cross-reference. And so we are really still paying attention to them and the applicability of how they affect the process. So next, we have also lots of district level plans. And actually these were a big focus of what we were, what our initial background has been looking at in issues and options. And so these plans have been written over the last couple decades, and they contain a lot of different things. And some parts of plans are no longer relevant, or they're sometimes they've been implemented, they've been enacted. So like that's, there's also some parts that have objective and subjective pieces to them. So we wanted to take a look at them a little more closely. So that's district level plans, and they apply to these specific areas throughout the city. Now, next, there's design guidelines, and there we go. So these are just the last two of the other plans that are that affect building applications. So, and the building review process. So we have citywide design guidelines. These are the bulk of the design guidelines are somewhat subjective. So this is the bulk of what we really want to look at here. And also we have, sorry, so the citywide design guidelines apply all across the city, and this is where we would possibly consider how some of those district plans also come into play. Also along these lines, there are there's other design documents like the street furniture catalog, and that is commonly referenced, but it's not necessarily a guideline or a plan. This catalog is used to provide consistency and amenity for the streetscape amenities citywide, and it includes all sorts of things in it that is used as an objective design standard or for objective design. So that is a quick summary of everything. What we did is look at all of these together and try to start to parse which design topics to really address. And we looked at the district level plans in particular and the citywide design guidelines and tried to compare them and see which ones overlapped, where there's possibly places where there's good design principles that should be applied citywide, and thought about how all of this can be made more objective. So what we also did as part of this process, next slide please, is we have interviewed stakeholder and city staff to find out their feedback. And so to understand how the city's regulations are applied, we were asking them about what projects that some of the stakeholders have done, how they've applied the regulations, and also with staff to see how they use them to review the projects. So, and really to see how effective some of these policies are and whether or not there's some that need more attention. So we asked how they affect the outcomes of the projects. We found a lot of really interesting things. There are still quite a few strengths of this process and the standards, and they are generally very effective in resulting in good projects. They make sense for most of the sites. This is all really good news. And then, that the flexibility is positive. And maybe the flip side of that is that sometimes that flexibility can also lead to some uncertainty. We know that through this process that design guidelines are still needed. They really do establish the intent of the project design and help everyone understand what the main goals and purposes are. And that this process really helps, our design review process really helps improve each project. But then the weaknesses of the design review process, we wanted to identify some of those so that we can address them more closely. Subjective guidelines and policies are not always applied consistently, and so that is especially the case for smaller projects. And then off-site improvements, especially along the street frontage, are sometimes the most unclear, and so that is something that needs to be clarified. And then the subjective qualities of design are they can be definable by objective standards, but sometimes that feels really prescriptive and limiting, and may not, even if it's more defined, it may not lead to good design. This was a big topic, and I'm sure one that's on your mind as well. And so there was a discussion amongst the designers that we interviewed that maybe incentives are better than some of the mandates. So to be careful about how we approach that. So there's a desire also to allow for variety, technological innovation and responses to change over time. That's really something that we want to make sure there's room for. We don't want to regulate too much to stifle any of those kinds of innovations that could come up or changes that may come up. And of course, that the building code regulates many aspects of building design as well, so not to overlap too much. And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Jeannie.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to wrap up with the last section of our presentation on the 3 key issues, recommendations, and the discussion questions. So first issue is that the failure to meet existing subjective criteria cannot be used as a reason to deny a project certain types of multifamily and mixed-use projects that are undergoing streamlining. So the issue here is that this limits the city's ability to modify or deny such types of projects. So the real focus of our project here is that the city may consider creating standards that use those subjective concepts and design visions in the existing regulations, but transforms them into objective criteria that can be applied to all different types of housing projects. And we can do this in a number of ways. So first, and the simplest way is to transform that subjective guideline into a numeric objective standard. And this could be a measurement or a dimension, a range of measurements or a ratio, some numeric value to make that subjective standard objective. So that can be very straightforward. It can also, as Jane indicated, make some architects nervous if they are subject to one specific standard. So some other more flexible options may be a menu of options where you have some flexibility for how a standard could be met. For example, if you're trying to encourage articulation, well, that articulation could be projections, it could be recesses, it could be vertical, horizontal, it could be changes in fenestration patterns. And that can allow different options depending on site conditions or locations or different types of housing types. And then third, we can develop a point system. So if you think about the city's local density bonus ordinance, that is a point system and it can be changed over time. And so if you wanted to have a list of amenities or some other type of list that reflects the city's values at that point in time, that can provide more flexibility for an applicant who needs to meet, say, 2 of 5 or 2 of 7 criteria. And then lastly, we want to make sure that there's an alternative path for compliance. So there may be projects that choose not to meet objective standards for whatever reason. Maybe they have some innovative idea or some particular constraints on their type of project. And so these projects could still choose to meet the design guidelines as interpreted by the Planning Commission or Planning Director in much the same way as projects go through design review now. So our recommendation here is to identify priority design guidelines and transform those subjective criteria into objective standards using a range of methods that I just described. And this is as opposed to trying to, for example, change all of your subjective regulations into objective standards. So instead to prioritize them and decide what's most important to the city. So questions on this topic that we'll come back to at the end. So do you have thoughts on how we can turn these design guidelines into objective standards? What aspects of design are important to you and what would you want addressed in the objective standards? Second and related, what are the most important features that you would like captured in the objective standards? And then lastly, thinking about a project that's come before you and how you shaped it, what would you want to make sure is part of a project if the standards were only objective? So issue number 2, and this relates to what Jane was describing. So portions of the district level plans have been completed or are out of date. And so as a result of all the plans that the city has, an applicant or city staff or decision makers are reviewing multiple documents in order to understand what applies to a particular site. And then lastly, many of these district regulations are subjective. So same issues that applied in issue 1 apply to the district level plans here. And so one, we want to acknowledge that the city's really done an exceptional job of implementing its planning documents. I mean, Jane and I do this type of work in many communities, and it's something that really should be celebrated here because it's not always the case. So that's really exciting for Emeryville and the community. However, some of these plans precede the general plan, and the updates that were made to the planning regulations at that time. And so therefore they do not reflect these updated standards, and they were just creating during a different time, 20 years ago. Values have changed, interests have changed, priorities have changed. So part of the issue here is that for these ministerial projects, for projects undergoing streamlined review, the city will not be able to require certain amenities and off-site improvements if they're not identified as objective standards. So right now, many of these district level plans are subjective and therefore cannot necessarily be enforced in terms of the subjective criteria. So a few different ways we can address these district level plans. First, we can keep the plans or keep portions of the plans as guidance for discretionary projects that aren't related to housing, like 100% commercial projects or public projects, other housing projects undergoing discretionary review. Second, we could revise the plans to bring them up to date with the latest standards in the general plan, with the latest thinking. This, is not part of our scope of work, but it's something that the city could consider reopening some of these plans. And then lastly, we could retire the plans that have been implemented or are no longer required in order to streamline the review process and ensure internal consistency across the city's planning documents. Now, maybe different approaches to different documents, and with all of these approaches, what we can still do is tease out the most important regulations, the design guidelines that we want to be sure that we keep, move them into the citywide design guidelines, and create objective standards as necessary from those regulations. And so we've made some recommendations in the paper, working with city staff for how to manage some of these district level plans. So, for example, the top two, the Shell Mound Streetscape Plan and the Powell Street Urban Design Plan, these have not yet been implemented, and so we recommend maintaining these guidelines and plans until the streetscape projects have been implemented and the related public-private development sites have been completed, at which point the guidelines could be retired. The next two, the Park Avenue Plan and the North Hollis Plan, these plans have, many portions of them have been implemented. In the case of the Park Avenue Plan, it's very specific to the unique architectural identity of that district, but there are portions of both plans that could be retired that have been implemented or have been superseded by the general plan and the planning regulations, and so there are portions that could be retired. And then the last two, the two oldest plans, have more of the out-of-date standards that should be eliminated to avoid confusion. And again, portions of those plans that still are salient could be moved to relevant sections of the design guidelines. So just to put a point in that, so for each of the district level plans, we pull out those salient features and move them into the design guidelines and retain in particular the streetscape designs, because there are a lot of great streetscape graphics in those plans that as applicants come in and are making street improvements along their frontage, we want to be able to show them what the city's expectations are for what the streetscape should look like. And so in terms of questions on this specific issue, we're looking for your feedback on what specific features of each plan should be made citywide. And that's that table that Jane showed, which is table 2, the big table of design topics in the report. Second, the key features in district level plans that you think are really important to retain. And then third, what, if any, concerns you have about retaining or retiring any of the district level plans. Sometimes it can be hard to retire something that's, you've been looking at for a long time. So last issue is related to process. So right now, the city's process does not account for the Housing Accountability Act or the other two recent bills, as most cities' ordinances don't. So as a result, the city evaluates these types of streamlined projects against both objective and subjective standards. And this includes staff preparing a staff report that evaluates subjective findings and evaluates projects against subjective design guidelines. And frankly, the practice is burdensome and unnecessary. It requires time and resources for staff, for decision makers, and community members, and can create some confusion in that way because those subjective criteria cannot be used to deny, reduce the density, or make infeasible these projects under the Housing Accountability Act. So at the same time, and as we've observed tonight, as you've been walking through various projects, the review process and the conversation that happens with the applicant is really essential. And that conversation is happening with decision makers, it's happening with city staff, and it's happening with community members through the public hearing process. And so this often really improves projects. So thinking about ways to maintain that conversation, but still adhering to state law and the reality of objective standards. So I feel like we've talked a little bit about the Housing Accountability Act already. We can come back to this if we need to get into more detail. But essentially, in terms of how projects are getting reviewed, city staff reviews all of the projects. The Planning Commission typically reviews projects that are looking for discretionary review. That means both non-Housing Accountability Act projects, but also the Housing Accountability Act projects are coming to the Planning Commission, even though those projects are only subject to objective standards. And then lastly, the council reviews discretionary appeals, other special projects with demolition of units, and projects seeking legislative actions like a rezoning. So the third recommendation is to consider those review requirements under state law in the city's process to clarify which standards and review processes apply to various types of projects, and then considering opportunities for streamlined review for projects that meet objective standards under state law. So this last slide is just summarizing the discussion questions on the previous page. I don't have specific questions on issue number 3, just looking for your feedback there. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer questions and hear what you have to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions for the presenters from the commission?
I have a procedural question.
Sure.
So I need to ask some questions regarding some of the things that we went through. This process is very, very deep and kind of convoluted. I didn't expect this to be so detailed, but I just want to know what are we hoping to accomplish tonight? Maybe could be the first answer. We've gone through several discussion questions, and there were like 3 questions with a lot of different things. Are you looking for answers to like all these things tonight, or?
I mean, maybe if it wasn't 11 p.m., we would be interested in all of these questions, and it looks like Charlie's turned his mic on, if you want to address that, Charlie.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would like your thoughts on all of these questions and all of the points that have been raised. Personally, what I would like to hear from the commission is what to you are the most important features of a housing project that you want to make sure is incorporated into the project. If the commission doesn't have any approval authority over a project, and you know that it's going to get approved by staff, by me, and it's going to be measured only by these objective standards, what features do you want to make sure are included in those objective standards so that when we ministerially approve these projects, they will have the things that you want them to have? I don't know if that's, I know that's a little bit vague, but the whole issue is vague. But what's most important to you, I guess, is what I would like to know.
Yeah, and I wanted to sort of jump in here and ask the question about process in terms of if we were actually got into the detail of the standards that we would want to see, that would be like, it would be much more like an interview of a stakeholder, things that you've done for the staff as a process to gather information. So I don't know that we can even give you the information in any level of detail that would help you in a study session, or so the question of like series of study sessions, like interviews, like what's the process for really getting that information which you've just asked for into this document? Because just answering these questions seems like it's too little.
Yeah. And I could reflect off of that as well, because every project, even if it's 2 housing projects sitting across the street from each other, or across, the same amount of people and everything, there's a sense of things that are going to be substantially different about them. They're going to have different neighbors behind them. They're going to have different neighbors beside them. They're going to have, there's just, you just can't objectively throw a solution on an objective. And it's in the amount of information that you're kind of expecting, the matrix is massive. It would be a million combinations of different stuff for 2 buildings that would be identical. And then imagine if you had, different buildings. And that's kind of what has been hitting me on this whole idea.
Other commissioners who have questions? Commissioner Schaaf?
Thanks. Yeah, this is a really interesting set of questions. One that came up for me when I saw the feedback from your interviews that you've done is a mention of incentives rather than mandates. And I feel like that's a whole nother path that we could go down and have a detailed discussion about. So I just wanted to clarify whether incentives were actually a possibility within the larger framework or umbrella of objective standards. Is that something that we should be considering?
And anything is possible within the realm of objective standards. So if we're talking about incentives, part of it is it's sort of like your local density bonus program, right? You've identified the types of amenities and benefits that the city wants to see in exchange for giving more height and density. And so in that way, I see that as an incentive. And we could think about something similar here, whether it's a list of amenities or a little give and take. But sure, I think anything that is objective is on the table. And then just to answer I didn't answer the question about process. This is part of our process. The stakeholder meetings are part of our process, and our review of all of the city's policy documents is part of the process. And so reviewing those policy documents gave us an understanding of the city's priorities, because you can tease that out. A lot of the same topics appear across all of these plans, and in that way there's both really making it clear what the priorities are, and frankly there's also some redundancies. The very same design principles are stated multiple times in slightly different ways, and so we can start to tease that out. But this is, Jane and I are doing this in a number of other communities. Emeryville is unique in its own ways. But part of our process is looking through all of your adopted policies, talking to architects and sort of frequent flyers in your community that have gone through these projects. As Charlie likes to say, I've been working at Emeryville a while. I worked on the general plan and the design guidelines. So I'm looking at this, 10 years later, coming back in and seeing what's on the ground as a result of the policies that the city enacted a dozen years ago. So all of that is part of our process, and checking in with you tonight, I realize, it's late and it may be challenging that we're asking very specific questions here. I will be doing the same thing with the council next month. And then we'll be coming back to you with a set of draft standards before we prepare the final ordinance. So we'll have a couple checkpoints in the process.
Yeah, I mean, my question was really, is this the only time we're commenting? It seems like a long list for a single meeting. So so I think that was, you answered the question. This is what, we're seeing the report, we're answering these questions. I do want to get to other commissioner questions. So Commissioner Simons.
Sure, I just have two thoughts about this. One, just only my second planning commission meeting, so I'm relatively new at this. But I felt like putting in some real guidelines about what we're looking for into objective standards could be really good. I feel like the first project we were reviewing tonight didn't really follow any of the guidelines that are laid out, or many of them.
Do you have a question? Commissioner Simons?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're still doing questions.
Okay, never mind. I'm good. I'll save my comments then. Thank you.
Okay. I believe, Charlie, that I need to actually do a public comment for this one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Every agenda item.
Yep. So are we good on clarification of questions?
Sorry, I have
Commissioner
one more.
Schaaf? No, go ahead.
I apologize. So I wanted to ask if this is an opportunity to be considering adding things to the objective guidelines. We'd be considering like new guidelines that are not in the design guidelines at this point, but maybe in other plans that the city has put together, or if that's outside the scope of this process.
Are you talking about, sorry, if I may, Chair Thompson, are you talking about another city plan that's already adopted and adding this into standards?
So for example, say the city's climate action plan, would it be an opportunity to pull aspects from that plan and make sure that they're reflected objectively in updated design guidelines through this process, or is that outside of the scope of it?
I think what you could do is during the commissioner comments is raise that, and then that's something we can always look at since we'll be coming back to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there are no more questions, and I'm just scrolling through to see if anyone's raising their hand, I will move towards the public comment for this item. Now is the time for the public comment. Anyone who wishes to make comments related to this item should have begun submittal on the online speaker card by now. 3 minutes will be allowed for City Clerk to read your comments into the record. If you're participating in tonight's meeting via Zoom, please use the raise your hand feature which is visible on the screen. If you're calling in, press *9, and the clerk will call on you at the appropriate time. So Charlie, are there any comments that have been received by the online comment card, or has anyone raised their hand?
I do not see any online comment cards. We're down to 3 attendees, one of whom is city staff, and none of them has their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no additional requests to make comments, the public comment portion of this item is now closed. And now I will bring it back to the commission for generalized comments. Commissioner Simons.
Sorry, you guys, still learning my way through this. I guess I'm just excited about bringing in some of our more general guidelines into more specific objective standards for the various different parts of our city that we're aiming to have specific looks and feels. I think that could really help a lot. And something I liked about our second project we reviewed tonight was it just seemed a little different to me, particularly those colored panels in the interior courtyard. And it would be fun for, just in the neighboring cities, there's that kind of odd and wonderful and bizarre building on Telegraph in Berkeley, which looks like it belongs in southern Spain. So I'm into like weird and different. And also following the rules. It'd be nice to include a way for people to say, if you want to do something completely different, unique looking, like let's do that too. So I don't know how you express that. Maybe that's difficult. That's just what came to mind for me.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Chafe.
Thank you. So yeah, no, the answer to my last question was really helpful. So I just have in mind that there's a great list on page 11 and 12 of the report of various plans that the city has put together, but are not necessarily synced up perfectly with existing guidelines. And so I would like to explore whether there's an opportunity to bring in some aspects of them, especially for the newer or updated plans, and make sure that they are reflected in the objective guidelines that might be developed, especially around energy efficiency or use of space, how we envision active transportation within the city, because I think those are aspects that come up over and over in our discussions, and that would be really important to me to see reflected as something that new developments of any kind are required to consider. So a few of them: the Climate Action Plan, Complete Streets, Parks and Rec, pedestrian and bicycle, just to name a few. Let me just check if there were any other comments I wanted to make right away. No, I don't think I have any other comments at this moment.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Chafe. Commissioner Keller.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very complex issue, and I don't know that I could provide you any assistance tonight, because really I think because there's so many other plans, specific plans, and like you said, some are outdated, I'd like to have a special commission meeting where we just talk about this subject, and that we go through those plans and say, this we could throw out, this we can move over here. And to be able to sit and read, I'm looking at 6 questions on this page alone, and there were 2 others that I've already forgotten. So I don't, and the hour at 11:15 is also making this very difficult. So I just think that, and I know we're trying to push this and get it into the city council, so we might just have to make do with what we have. But I agree with Commissioner Chafe that we have a lot of these plans that can be folded into another plan, or that, I think the bike pedestrian plan is just being updated. So, and I understand that to make a lot of these processes faster to meet state law, we need to make a lot more of these things objective rather than subjective, but I can't take an item that's subjective. So, I mean, if we go back to the stakeholder and city staff page, and I want to refer back to the Warren project that we talked about tonight, you know, it says, so, you talk about subjective qualities of design might be definable by an objective standard. So within our general plan, we were kind of saying that the Hollis district says that these things have to look industrial. And they brought something that was obviously postmodern or, you know, not industrial. But yet that's up to interpretation. So how do we take something like that and make it objective tonight, you know, or even within our next study session? And that's just one issue. So, and is that even something we want to do? So these things are really fine-grained, and just to say, yeah, let's make this objective, let's make that objective, I'd have to go through each one of these bullet points. So I can't say that I'm going to be much help tonight in trying to, because this is a very, very big issue. And we have, like, how many plans did you show? She showed maybe 6 specific plans that we have. Commissioner Chafe brought up another 3. And how do we fold all those in, you know, into this? Because I think it's important that we do pick out what we can make objective and do that, but I can't do it tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Vice Chair Young?
Well, I'm kind of in lines with all you guys here at the same time. My issue is that I don't think it's as necessarily as complex as this is being put out to be. I'm sure there's some redundancy and but it's really, that's part of what this job is. And I think to throw it all into an objective sense and say, oh, this is the net answer for a particular solution, what it does is it kind of takes away what we do. I mean, then what purpose? I mean, I've got greater objectives. I mean, my big objectives is, you know, blocking views and shadows or whatever. I might have my objectives might be to really involve the neighborhoods and, you know, make sure, you know, someone made a mention of recessed windows and have a non-reflected surfaces and birds and all this stuff. But you can't necessarily just write that into a solution, because every solution is different. I mean, shadows are going to happen on certain kinds of buildings, and they're going to be there. And if you're going to have an objective that says you can't have, you know, it just doesn't add up. The other one thing I wanted to do is that, you know, things change all the time. Changes are change. Look at this issue. We have this 1900 building with this building next to it, and we got one guy who's willing to talk to that particular builder. I mean, and work with them. And if you had an objective that said, "Oh, this isn't allowed," or "This isn't a possibility," or whatever, it just stifles opportunities. And I think that's kind of. Let's see. I have one more thought here. I don't know. Just let me see. It's a lot to cover, and it is a lot. This is a big subject, and it's not something you're just gonna answer right away. But I just wanted to throw some ideas out. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Vice Chair Young. Commissioner Mendes.
Yeah, so I'm kind of in agreement with everyone. I feel like this is a really large subject. It's a little overwhelming to just kind of ask us to look at this right now in like 10 minutes. And I'm in agreement that I think we need a whole planning commission meeting to kind of go through this and go through a list and discuss, you know, those bullet points in depth. If I had to generally share what to me my concerns are transportation, energy efficiency and sustainability, outdoor minimums, incorporating, bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly design, and incorporating art. And that's kind of in general, very, very general, what I look for in projects. But obviously there's a lot more to that we probably need to address. So I would also move to like having just one meeting where we can just discuss this in depth, because it seems a little overwhelming right now to kind of give our thoughts on the important features that we would like to capture. So that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Mendez. Commissioner Zepko?
I don't have anything further to add, but I share the concerns that this seems like a large undertaking.
Thank you. Can we move to the last slide again, where the questions are? So I think where I come down on this is that I too think this is a large topic, but I also wonder about the focus, because the focus of SB 35 is housing creation. And so the question is, what makes a great housing project, and how can that housing project be put into objective standards so it can get passed? It's not necessarily about cleaning up the regulations. And so I think I still, process-wise, still support, another session to really discuss and to get the information from the commissioners about what makes a great housing project. What is essential to get codified so that the staff can then ensure that is in projects. Because the essence is we need to get the projects built, but we need good projects built, good housing projects built, not bad ones. Because if we get bad ones built, then we have a whole different problem about our regulations and our ability to plan. So I think, I would say from my perspective is if we could move the focus back onto housing creation, and if we could have a session that really gets into the heart of what makes a great housing project, one that Emeryville would be proud to approve ministerially, that would be my comment.
Thank you, Chair Thompson, and all the commissioners for your comments. I would agree this is a bit overwhelming, especially at this hour. And I have heard a number of you suggest a special meeting to discuss this. Staff will certainly take that back and discuss it among ourselves and formulate some kind of a game plan for this going forward.
So Chair, Chair Thompson, in the interim, if I could just say, for going forward with tonight, I really appreciate Commissioner Mendez's encapsulation of what she feels is important. I would second that. Those are all issues I think are important. So if that helps you, lead tonight with some tangible things, those I would support everything that Commissioner Mendez has said. I also agree with Chair Thompson that this really, we have plans that look at a lot of different things like street furniture and et cetera. And I think if what Chair Thompson said, we could focus on what makes good housing projects, then maybe this wouldn't be such a big apple to eat. And we could just really focus on what makes a good housing project. Let's make those objective and go from there. So I think those two things are really good, and I agree with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Keller. Yeah, and I think just my final thought is that I do really appreciate the amount of work that went into this. I mean, I do want to note that this is a very thorough review of what's going on. And I think that in the long term, that will really serve this process. So, it is good to see it all put together here. Okay, with that, we still have commissioner comments on our agenda. Are there any commissioner comments? I know it's late. Okay. Then I would like to officially adjourn at 11:25. Thank you, everyone.
Oh my God. 5 minutes is